Hey, how's it going, everybody? Welcome to deMars Radio. I'm your host, Kozak deMars. Thanks very much for tuning in to our fifth episode. Yeah, it's our fifth episode of this show. We're doing it twice a week now, so I'm getting a lot of really interesting guests. So today is going to be no different. We have some fantastic interviews lined up with some really interesting people and from all over the world. Actually, we have somebody joining in from Australia. We've got Martin Fortune, who will be our first guest, and he's a fitness instructor that moved to Australia 3 years ago. So he's a close friend of mine as well. So I'm really happy to reconnect with him again. We've also got Darren Conway, the amazing comedian who's amassed about 50,000 Instagram followers. He's got almost 70,000 likes on Facebook, and he's gotten a lot of attention from politicians recently on Twitter. So he's one of my favorite comedians ever. So I'm super excited to be chatting to him today. We've also got the amazing Rebecca Cappuccini, who's going to be representing the Waterford music scene. She used to be a radio host as well. She hosts her own show as well through Viking Productions. I had an interview with her 2 weeks ago, so I'm happy to be flipping it around and giving her an interview this time and getting to know about the Waterford music scene too. And to close off the show, last but not least, we've got Dmitrij Dee, the amazing DJ hip-hop artist from Latvia. So we're going to learn a lot about the hip-hop music scene, and he's going to perform a 20 to 30 minute set as well. So I'd like to just say hello to all of you guys that are tuning in so far. So thanks so much for tuning in early in the afternoon. I know it's a little bit early for some of yous on a Wednesday, but I guess with all this quarantine, times and things have shifted. So just want to say hi to Joe Fitzgerald, Rebecca Cappuccini. How's it going? You're watching there. Marty Fortune. We're going to be chatting in a couple of minutes, man. And Derek Fortune as well. Del, good to see you tuned in, man. Hope you're well. Del is an absolutely amazing DJ as well, so definitely check him out. I do believe he has done some live shows before. So Del, thanks so much for tuning in, buddy, and I'd love to have you on the show actually. So let's stay in touch, and maybe we can get you on the show if you have the time. That's great, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's an absolute delight. I got the HD camera. I don't know if it's doing much difference. It's about, yeah, it's a 1080p, so I'm kind of happy. It arrived literally yesterday, so I'm really happy. And I got some good Ethernet cables there as well, so hopefully the connection will stay stable as well. Marty for the Dell is my cousin. Yes, actually, I forgot to mention that you guys are actually cousins, which is crazy. It's a crazy coincidence that when we found that out, you know. So it's absolutely amazing how small the community, small the world is really now, especially with all this technology, isn't it? So yeah, I don't want to stall too long, I guess, with the intro. Do say hello, of course, when you do chime in, because nice to see you, even if I haven't chatted to you in years, or I've only chatted to you once on Facebook or whatever. It doesn't matter, honestly. Just do say hello. It's always nice to know that someone's watching there with you, you know. So yeah, let's see who we have first. So today, I'm gonna open up with a couple of local artists, and today I'm gonna open up the show with our first Irish artist called State Lights, and they're a 4-piece alternative pop rock band from Dublin, and they were formed 3 years ago in BIM, when they bonded over a shared interest over classical pop music. Last year, the band released their single Peace Will Come, and it was played on 2FM. It also got Homegrown Hero and Artist of the Week on Today FM, which led to a performance on the Late Late Show as well, which is absolutely awesome. I actually got to see the guys. I had the privilege of seeing them at a gig last year in the Olympia. And that gig was run by Eugene Connolly. It was a charity gig. And yeah, there was some amazing artists playing at that. And State Lights were one of them. I was absolutely moved by their performance. I thought they were absolutely phenomenal. And their lead singer, Shobsy, will be joining us this Saturday for a little bit of a chat. So I'm absolutely delighted that Shobsy is going to join. And I don't think I've even had a proper chat with Shobsy. So it's going to be awesome. I'm getting to know people that I just didn't get to know before. So it's an absolutely awesome opportunity here to chat to everybody. So here we go. Let You Go by State Lights. Okay, so that was State Lights with Let You Go, and that was their official music video, which was released on the 11th of February. So yeah, the guys have a date booked in the Button Factory on the 15th of October, so we don't know what's going to happen in this climate, but that is their next gig. We're not sure if it's been cancelled yet or anything like that, but that's what they have up on their site, so please God, that will go ahead. You never know, we don't know what's going to happen. So an absolutely amazing band led by Shobsy on vocals. We got Joe Regan on guitar, Paul Ridgway is the drummer, and Noel Perry is the bassist. So absolutely great band. So really looking forward to that chat this weekend. So yeah, let me know how it sounds out there, guys, and how it looks. Anna Kozak, the missus, how's it going, Anna? Thanks for tuning in as always. Rob, what's the story? Good to see you tuned in. Alex, How's it going, man? Looking really good, thank you. And the new camera's great. Thanks, buddy. Thanks very much. Really appreciate that. That means a lot coming from you because I know you are uh, really into the technological stuff. So that's great, guys. So that was our first tune of the day, anyway. Our next artist is called Toshin, Toshin, and I am actually a huge fan of this band. I've known them for a good few years now, through the Crystal Skull sessions, and I've had the pleasure of seeing them as well a couple of times live and emceeing nights that they have performed in. So they were founded in 2016. They evolved into a six-piece. I believe they started out as a four-piece initially. They're inspired by early Motown to modern soul and R&B, such as Tank and the Bangus and Anderson Pack. So I'm actually not familiar with those artists, so definitely check them out. I mean, I should definitely. It's very if it's similar to Toshin. They released singles "Boy Listen," "We Don't Share Blood," "Love and Defeat," and "Girl Go Off." Their debut EP "Get Your Life" released on the 14th of February this year, which is a great date to release a single, of course. And the single on this EP is called "Knock Knock." And I'm going to play that for you now. There you go. Josh, what's the story? Welcome. Thanks for tuning in with us. Marcio, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. This is Toshin with Knock Knock.
this big mind of mine. Knock, knock, get me out. Help me, I'm screaming out.
All right, so that was Toshin with Knock Knock. What a fucking amazing song. I can't wait to hear the rest of the EP. Toshin, well done. That's really, really awesome. I'm actually not surprised that sounded so good, because you have always been producing bangers. So fair play to you. That is absolutely amazing. They were meant to be doing a tour, of course, this year to promote their EP, which unfortunately was cancelled. So I'm absolutely gutted for you guys. These can't obviously go ahead with that, especially just after releasing an EP. But yeah, just keep sharing it around. People are absolutely loving that. So what did you guys think at home anyway of that? Do write us a message. Tell us how you think of the music, of course. You know, tell us if you're enjoying it. I turned it up a little bit there, Josh. So hopefully that will fix the issues. Yeah, it can be, you know, if you have your computer on max volume, it might be just about enough. But yeah, I might no harm going a little bit louder, and you can turn down your volume if you need to, I suppose. But yeah, keep letting me know how the volume is for everybody. I am doing everything at once here. I am talking to you guys. I'm swapping through different screens and things like that. And I'm also, I might be reading a script. I don't know if I should tell you that. But I have a little bit of notes here as well. But yeah, so I hope you enjoyed that one anyway. So Knock Knock by Toshin. Cool, Josh. That's great. Thanks for letting me know, man. Once again, do say hello when you pop in, guys. It'd be nice to hear from you. Our next band is a Irish rock band from Dublin who have released 4 singles, the latest being Free Fall. So they released an album last year in the summer of 2019 as well, I believe. And I actually met this band. They're called Primitive Machine, and I actually met this band at the Crystal Skull Sessions, and they won back in January. They were the winner, so they walked away with €1,000 at the Crystal Skull Sessions. And absolutely phenomenal band. Just really, really, their live performances are just super tight, and they're actually a lovely bunch of musicians as well. So yeah, I'm gonna play one of their tracks. Let's see which one. So I can't seem to find the album, so maybe there was some delays with that one. Maybe we can talk to Tracy about that and find out. But I'm gonna play a song by them called Free Fall. So here we go. Free Fall by Primitive Machine. Free Fall by Primitive Machine. What a fucking banger. Absolutely love that tune. Very 80s kind of vibe, so that's definitely down my alley. Marty Fortune, great song. I'm adding it to my playlist. Delighted Man, you like that song? That is an absolute banger of a tune. Lindsay, all good. I think that's regarding the sound, right? So thanks, Lindsay. Lorraine Meehan, thanks for joining us. Hello. Josh giving me the L. Firefish, thanks for that, Josh. Oh, yeah, what an absolute banger. What a way to kind of start your day with a bit of rock, isn't it? So thanks so much, guys, for tuning in. And of course, if there's any artists out there that want to have their music played, if they want to come on for an interview, please do give me a shout, either my personal page on Facebook or demarsentertainment@gmail.com. Give me a email, give me a press pack, give me all your details. And yeah, I'm doing this twice a week. So today we started a little bit earlier. It'll happen from time to time. The times might change, but generally it's going to be from 2 p.m. on Wednesdays and Saturdays. And this Saturday we already have the show booked out. I think we have a couple of slots for to play a couple of tunes at the beginning. So if you want to send in some tracks, please do. And then next week we're also booked out with guests. So we seem to be moving along nicely, which is awesome. So let me introduce this next. I don't even know if I need to introduce this next artist. His name is Brew. So a lot of you probably know him if you're in my network anyway. I'm sure, Marty, you know Brew for a long time. We know Brew since we got into the music scene. He's been an amazing part of the Irish music scene for many years. And he's, for those of you that don't know Brew, he is a native New Yorker who moved to Ireland a couple of years ago. And I guess he was on the search for music. So I think he went to England first. He ran into Joe Strummer. Joe Strummer told him to go to Dublin. He said it was better in Dublin. And then he moved here. And then he created his band Blue Sun. Played a lot of amazing venues over the course of a few years. Played Vicar Street. Played a lot of venues in London. I played one of the venues with him. We played the Dublin Castle together, which was an absolute privilege. He's done every venue in Dublin, I'd say. And he's just an absolute awesome dude. And he writes really cool music. I really enjoy his music. And he's also helped a lot of people find their feet. And he's been a lovely support to people in the music industry as well. So he's just an awesome part of it. So he's recently become, he's recently become solo, I guess. So he started a solo project, and he released his debut single as a solo artist called New Direction, which was released on the 29th of Feb. And I, once again, was honored to play drums for that night, and it was an absolute beautiful night. It was in the Grand Social downstairs, and I ran into a lot of good old friends there as well. And I think that was the last gig I've played. I think that was the last gig, 29th of Feb. Yeah, absolutely gutted not being able to gig, as I'm sure a lot of you are as well. But I'm glad. That last gig was the Jackrabbit Slims, my band. Sorry, a little bit of a tangent here, but my band came back as well for that night. So I played in two bands in one night, and so that's kind of cool. I got to play two gigs in one, and it was my last gig. Little did I know it was going to be my last gig for a while, which is actually crazy. So yeah, let's do New Direction. Really like this tune, actually. And Brew's going to come on the show next Wednesday as well, and we're going to have a chat about a couple of things. New Direction by Brew.
I want a new direction now. want a new direction now. What is it to love? What it is to feel so in love? What is it to know how I feel for you now? I want a new direction now. I want a new direction now. What is it to feel wanted? What it is to know that I'm wanted? What it is to sense that I'm needed by you now. What it is to love, what it is to feel so in love, what it is to know how I feel for you, what it is to feel wanted, what it is to know that I'm wanted, what it is to sense that I'm needed by you. I want a new direction now. I want a new direction now.
New Direction by Brew, his debut single as a solo artist. Absolutely awesome banger. Well done, Brew. That was a great track. And he's going to talk to us next week about that track and about his new direction, so to speak, as a solo artist. So that'll be really interesting to see that transition from performing in a band to being a solo artist, and what does that entail. Just want to give a shout out to Dmitrij Dee. We're going to be chatting with Dmitrij later on, so good to see you. Lee O'Reilly, good to see you. Watching Man, Brian Walsh, good to see you. Two great artists as well, actually. Lee O'Reilly won our last Crystal Skull session, which was it the last one you won, actually? Yeah, I think so. Second time under a second project, so absolutely amazing artist. Do check him out. He's got a music video released as well for one of his latest singles. And yeah, man, if you're still watching there, do send me that music video and I will play it this Saturday. So it's actually great when you guys are tuning in to watch me, because then I get to remember all of these wonderful musicians that I've known through, in the past life when we were allowed outside. So Tracy Moore, looking good. Kozak, thank you very much. It's the HD camera. I'd love to chat to you in another little bit, but I do not want to stall. We've got guests waiting and I don't want to wait too long. But once again, do say hello. Brew is watching. Brew, good to see you watching, brother. Just played your song there. I hope you got to catch it there. So our last artist before I invite our first guest is Robert O'Connor, and he's a singer-songwriter from Dublin, and his new single, Older 20, I think it's referring to the year, I think, was released on February the 21st, and he collaborated with Skynam GT. So you'll be able to hear a bit of that sound from Skynam, so it's cool. He did a collaboration with him. he also played the Crystal Skull session as well and got into the final. Amazing artist actually, and he's very experimental. He does have a lot of different genres under his belt for one person, you know, and I thought he was actually fantastic. So when he did the Crystal Skull sessions live, he was kind of more kind of pop, almost country-esque vibe, and it was absolutely fantastic music. So, but then I uncovered another side to Robert O'Connor as I got to see more of his singles, and he just keeps pumping these singles out. So I don't know how many singles he released over the last 18 months. It's been quite a bit. So well done for your hard work, man. And I'm gonna play his I'm gonna play a music video to his recent song, Older 20. Let's do it. Dara Lynch, how's it going, brother? Good to see you watching, man. Hope you're keeping well. Brew just tuning in. Well, you just missed your song, Brew.
Lately I can't walk around and find your face here, there, and everywhere. I guess it wouldn't matter if I didn't still care. Well, this bar isn't big enough for you and me. 'Cause every time I see you, I see the memories, and that'd be just fine. But since you've been gone, I can't seem to start over. My friends tell me it's been too long, and I know I'm getting older. But what's the point of moving on when all I want is to run right back to you? Run right back to you.
All right, so that was Robert O'Connor with Older, and yeah, absolutely awesome tune. Robert will be joining us next Wednesday as well for a chit chat, so I'm looking forward to that. Robert, hope you're keeping well, buddy. Thanks for sending that tune in, and yeah, he's got a load of different tracks there as well. He just keeps pumping out the tunes, so check him out. He's got loads of stuff on Spotify, YouTube, and Facebook. He's on all those social networks, so yeah. absolutely awesome artist. So I'm going to bring our first guest onto the show, guys. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Martin Fortune, an old friend of mine. We've known each other for a good few years. And he's an absolutely awesome guy, a gentleman. He's moved to Australia 3 years ago. And we met through gigs, actually. He was doing the sound for a couple of gigs of mine, and he worked with a close friend, a mutual friend, Keito from White Noise Audio, and he still does AV over in Australia. He's been telling me, and he's a fitness instructor, a health instructor at the moment, and he's absolutely in phenomenal shape. And we just got chatting a couple of weeks ago, and just by accident, I think it was, man. We just started chatting, and then it just felt so natural. I was like, here, come on the show. Let's have a chat in front of everybody else. So please give a big warm welcome to our first guest, Martin Fortune. Give him some love hearts there in the chat, guys. Don't be shy. Say hello. I'm going to get him on now. From Oz, yeah. Hello.
Hey, bro.
What is the story, man? How are you keeping?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good. What about yourself?
You know what? Not too bad, man. You know, it's taking each day as it comes. I'm sure, like everybody else. But it gets like one day just seeps into another, doesn't it? Really. How are you keeping with this whole quarantine thing?
I'm getting by, man. I am doing loads. I'm working on myself, working on my own projects, training. You know yourself. I'm just keeping busy. Playing Final Fantasy VII, the new one. It is absolutely fantastic, mate.
Oh God, yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, because I never got into the Final Fantasies as much. I watch people play it more so. I could never play it. I'd never got into playing it myself. But geez, there's so many things we could talk about, man. But can I ask you one thing actually? Because I introduced you as a personal trainer and things like that. How has that been for you, like during this whole lockdown thing? Like, are you still able to kind of work and stuff like that and keep busy with that kind of stuff?
So what we started doing is myself and my girlfriend have went online. So everything's been online. And what we started getting into was health coaching. Mm-hmm. So the main thing, what we do is we advise people on what they should do, the best products they should take for their health and fitness goals. We do different calls. We give them training programs and stuff over online. Mm-hmm. So people can buy this stuff on fortunefitness888.com, which is our website. Mm-hmm. But the main thing, what we're trying to do is just spread it through the online platform at the moment. Because as you know, everything's gone. You can't meet up with people. You can't do face-to-face training anymore. So, and even gyms have closed down. So what we've been doing is working out at-home workouts. I've posted a few online and stuff like that for if anybody ever wants to check it out. But yeah, basically the fitness industry is dead unless you're doing it online right now.
What got you into, because I knew you before, I think you got into fitness, right? Yeah. We were drinking, we were smoking. And you gave it up before me. Like, you gave up the ciggies. I remember when you got on the vape and you're doing the check-in gigs upstairs with me, and you got this deadly vape, this monster, and I was like, oh Jesus, he's self-improving. Like, he's making himself, you know, he's fixing himself up there. You know, it's great, and I admired that. But what was that sort of trigger that made you go into sort of health buzz? Was there a single moment?
Yeah, so when you first met me, I just broke up with my ex-girlfriend at the time, right? And she went around on her own thing and stuff like that, started hanging around with all my old friends, and she was drinking, having fun, and they kept coming back and telling me, oh, your ex is doing this, and this. I was like, I don't really care about that. So I just went on the other way. I went, I'm going to get healthy, I'm going to get fit, and then I started loving it. And as I was doing that, I was running, I started boxing, I started bodybuilding, in between all that, and I just started loving it, mate. I started eating clean, I started feeling better, I started working better towards my goals, which I just loved, you know. And that was pretty much it. It was just one little thing sparked it all off. It was just a complete change. I was a new person. I wanted to do something new, you know. You
transmuted something negative into a positive, which, like, I've had musicians on this, obviously. So you're the first like non-musician, which is awesome. That's what I want. I want people like yourself that can inspire others and things like that on the show. Like some musicians have said, you know, they've gone through breakups or they've gone through bad times, and the cure for them was to write a song and let it out emotionally. But for you, you know, not being the musician, you were able to actually let it out through self-improvement and self-empowerment, right?
Yeah, but it was funny because that's what I used to do, because I used to be a musician. I used to be in bands. I used to play all the time. And I'd say about 15, 16, I played in the Thomas House at one stage.
I never knew you as a musician, I don't think, right?
No, you never knew me back then. So back then, I've been a guitarist since I've been 11 years of age. So I've always played guitar. I've always been in muso, but my main focus was always the technology side of it.
Yeah.
So I always wanted to get into AV, audio, visual, and do sound for bands, which is how you met me, you know, through Key. And that was always my goal, to do that and to be an aspiring sound engineer. Working on bands, and actually live sound scared the shit out of me. I never wanted to do live sound.
It's scary, man.
Yeah, I never wanted to do it. I never wanted to be in that position. I always wanted to be in the recording studio. That's all I ever wanted to do. And funny enough, live sound just took to me, and I loved it. Live sound was the best thing I've ever done.
Have you done studio sound since then?
No, I've only ever been like an intern, or I've done little bits here and there with other people. I've never exactly done like in a recording studio myself, unfortunately.
Okay. Awesome. Bruce asking, what time is it over there? So what time are we looking at? 10 p.m. is it?
So it's 11:15 right now.
Quarter to 11. That's crazy, man. By the way, so we have 13 people. It's fluctuating from 13 to 20 viewers. So guys, if you want to ask any questions for Marty as well, you're more than welcome to. We might fit one in there, because I have a few things that I'd love to chat about as well. But yeah, you're 3 years. For some reason I thought you were longer in Australia. And what made you sort of go over there as well? Because you already had like you were already in pretty good shape, right? Just before you went to Australia, right? You were hardcore. So what kind of made you go over there? And then we can talk about your fitness stuff over there as well.
So it was a funny story, right? So I was living with my mate Kev back in Ireland, and what we were doing was we were just partying, we were just drinking all the time and having fun, and we were like, we should go to Australia. And obviously it was one of these thoughts. It was like, never thought it was going to happen. We just had a thought. We just had an idea. It was like, this is never going to happen. Then I moved back in with my mom, and we were just chilling. He went, right, I booked Australia. Now it's your turn. I was like, what? There's no preparation, nothing, absolutely no preparation. So it's like, okay, I got to do it. So I booked it, and I was like, okay, I've no money, I've nothing. How am I going to get over here? What have I got to do? I've spent all my money on that. And then I just, near the end, I quit my job, sold my car, sold everything I could possibly that gave me any value, got a bit of money up, and just left. That was it. And never looked back.
That's amazing. You sold that post van, right, that you bought off Keith initially?
No, I crashed that.
Did you? Oh, man, I love that little thing.
It was great. I loved it. I loved it. But I crashed that on the way home from Galway.
Jesus. We got rear-ended in that. Keith got rear-ended. And this was in Blanche, and we had loads of equipment in the thing. And there's no like block or anything. Like, it's just 2 seats. Yeah. And then you've got like your equipment right behind you. And the things, like, just literally, like, when somebody hit into us, the things flew forward. And luckily, I don't know, it wasn't that bad of a bang. But yeah, I remember that little banger. It was great. Really good for transport and stuff.
It was.
What's okay, so that's great. Like, okay, fair enough. Like, not everybody is able, and I love that, mentality where you can just kind of pick up and go, just that freedom of what's like the biggest challenge when you went to Australia, like once you're there, and was there something that stood out for you?
Yeah, definitely. So for the first month I was in Australia, I met up with my friend and I stayed on his floor for 2 weeks. So we had a place to stay for 2 weeks, and then we were gone, and we had to find our own way. So I had to, in that space of time, within the first week, I got a job in the AV field. And then when I got that job and everything, he was partying for a whole month, so he had no money at all. All his money was gone. He had no job, nothing. So me and him were like, okay, what the hell do we do? So we were just waiting for my first paycheck. When that came in, we paid for a rent for a month, got that all sorted, and both of us were literally sleeping in a wet towel because we couldn't afford to buy blankets, couldn't afford anything, and we had one towel each. Living on beans as well for the whole week, beans and rice. It was crazy. It was a good
Wow.
experience though. Great character building.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and you are young as well, right? So I mean, like in your 20s, it's kind of something you can sort of endure mentally, right? You just be like, well, I'm in my 20s, I'm young enough. There's no expectation to have to live up to. And of course, yeah, it's a new experience for you guys, right? Or for yourself and your friend.
Yeah.
And what's like what got you out of that? What kind of move? Where was the upgrade sort of moment for you when you were over there?
Well, when he had no money, he had got a job. He managed to get a job a week after we moved into the place. And when he got his job, because I paid for everything, we were living off his wages week by week because he was getting paid weekly. I was monthly. So we were waiting for me to get paid again. Then when we got that, after 3 months, I got my first card and just start building up from there, start saving, get myself together. And then we just started moving from place to place. And we've finally settled in an area for about, I think we stayed there for about a year, and then and now I'm living with my girlfriend.
Amazing.
So it's been crazy story.
It is, and I love that though. It's great. Like, you need more people that sort of take that. It's like a leap of faith, isn't it? Like whatever. Like, what's the worst that can happen? Like, you know what I mean? You come back home, if anything. You know what I mean? Not that you will.
Exactly.
Not regarding you, but if anybody out there is thinking about it. And which part in Australia are you now?
I live in Sydney at the moment, so I live out Sydney West at the minute. Yeah.
And Brew's asking, what's the music scene there like? Is it
the music scene it's pretty much non-existent anymore. So before I got here, there was an area where it used to be live events all the time, but the government brought in these lockout laws. And what happened with these lockout laws was people weren't allowed into a venue after, I think it was 12 o'clock. Once that started happening, the whole music scene, everything died, and there was so many restrictions put in that venues just couldn't afford to stay open because people weren't going out to these venues anymore, because normally people went pre-drinking and then went out,
Yeah.
Live music stopped after a certain time as well.
Wow.
Which is crazy.
And it's a lot more it's a lot more outdoors, right? Because the weather's phenomenal, I guess, every day of the year, right? Like, that's true, right? I think from what I see.
See, people always think that, right? When an Irish person goes to Sydney, they only ever post the good weather. That's all they ever do, right?
Yeah.
So you'll notice during your summertime, you'll never see anybody post any pictures of Australia because during the winter over here, it's raining.
Oh, okay. So it's not perfect. Okay, grand. Well, okay.
I'd say for about 9 months of the year, it's really nice, and then you have 3 months of just poor weather. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's not too bad. I could still live with that, And so you'd have like outdoor parties and DJs and stuff like that on the beach and whatnot.
Yeah. So we do a lot of outdoor events. There does be huge events that do happen outdoors, and as I said, like outdoor DJs, outdoor bands, stuff like that. If it's going to happen, they just set it up in a park and then away you go. But these are only ever huge events. There's never any small events or anything like that. So getting in as a sound engineer for bands and music is quite difficult over here. But whereas if you were to get in, you need to really get into the big time or know somebody to actually get in for working with bands. Like I work conferences. That's my goal now at the moment. So at the moment, I'm actually doing Zoom calls, webinars and live events at the minute,
Great.
That's my bread and butter.
So how long are you working for? It's for a company, or is it for yourself that you're doing the AV stuff for?
Yeah, so it's for a company. I work for a company called Prime Audio Visual at the minute.
Okay.
And they're a great company, great set of lads. Everyone has their own quirkiness to them, They're really, really good group of lads. But actually, David, I have a question for you. How do you know my cousin Dale?
Yeah, that's a really good question, actually. So I know Dell through my mom, actually, funny enough. So they know each other by, I'm not sure how they know each other. Maybe Dell can answer that part. But yeah, she mentioned Dell, and she said Dell's in the music industry. He'd be a great contact to know. He's an absolutely awesome dude. And we met up, and I shared a little bit of kind of what I did to Dell, what I do in music to Dell, and Dell vice versa. and we were kind of working on some, you know, potential projects together. He hooked me up with some cool clients and things like that. And then this virus hit, and then we couldn't obviously do anything. But yeah, that's basically it through my mom, which is, it's crazy. And then I don't know what was the moment where I knew, I was like, how I connected yous both. I've no idea. I can't remember now. Was it? Did I ask you? Yeah, did I ask you or did I ask Del? And I was like, are you linked with Marty? You know, or did I ask you? I can't remember who I asked. I don't know if I asked you. Maybe I might have did ask you. Was it?
Maybe you did. I can't remember that conversation, but
yeah,
it's funny. It was probably the second name that gave it away, Fortune.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no. And then you were saying you were on Facebook as friends. So I was like, okay, that's kind of like, you know, because some people might share this last name, and it's like, yeah, you know, the odds, you know, that they're related is, you never, especially in Ireland, you know, where so many people have a similar last name. I was like, I don't want to jump to the conclusion. Then I was like, I was like, wait a minute, you know, getting to know this guy. And just because these are both so fucking bang on, you know, these are just such nice people. And I was like, okay, can I link them both together? And that explains it's in their genetics that they're just bang on. So yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. So
yeah, it's a shame though. I got the good looking genes, he didn't.
Well, that's it. Yeah. You got to work with what you got, isn't it? But that's my. So tell me like a little bit about the so the AV. So you're doing more like, okay. So are you going from house to house now, setting up AV stuff? Or are you doing like from your house? You're setting up. You're the mediator between these conversations or calls.
So what we've done in our warehouse at the minute, what we've set up is a green room. So we actually have a TV behind, which is just has a green screen behind it. What we do is we get people in, we get the MC in. So the main MC will come in, we'll talk about whatever they're going to talk about, but behind we'll put something like Sydney CBD or whatever in the background for them. And I'll operate from a control room, which is right beside, because of the coronavirus. We don't want to come in contact with new people that come in. So we literally have a room separating both of us, but they come into our office and we light them up and we mic them up and do all that stuff. Okay. So it's pretty cool the way it works.
You still have to go physically to they're still kind of meeting up. It's not so strict. I mean, it's strict to an extent, but it's not lockdown over there, right?
It's not full lockdown, but there is a lot implemented at the moment. So you're not allowed to meet up with people. You're not allowed to go into, unless it's an essential service, you're not allowed to do it, basically. And people need to do events. People need to do stuff over the internet. Like, you know, everybody needs to do AV. So we are considered an essential service, but we can't do live events. We can't have gatherings of over, I think now at the moment, it's over 5 people. So it's gotten really strict. Yeah.
It's the same as here, I think. Yeah, you can't have like groups of 5, unless I guess you live together. I suppose they can't really, but there's not many people that live in families bigger than 5, right? So that's kind of your limit. Yeah. What's because New Zealand got rid of the virus, apparently. That's what they're saying. So that's your neighbors, isn't it? That's pretty crazy. Yeah. I don't know how true that is.
So what's called Dell's brother actually lives over in New Zealand. Chris is his name. And they're hoping to open up the borders for Australia and New Zealand very, very soon because the virus is nearly eradicated out there, as you said. But Australia's doing very well at the moment. They've gotten it down. I can't remember the figures right now, but the last time I checked it, there was only 1,000 cases. So it's gone right down. So with such a big country, the fact that they've managed to do that is pretty good. So we're hoping that they will open up everything very, very soon. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, that's amazing. Because you were saying when we spoke briefly that, anyway, besides all this corona stuff, which is great that it's improving over there, that you have to go to New Zealand first, right? Or that's an ideal way to kind of get into Australia if you want to live there long term. Is there any kind of advice you have for people that might want to go to Australia and set up a life, or at least try to, you know, for a year or whatever?
Yeah. So if you are a skilled worker for a tradie, have a degree or a master's or anything like that, you should be fine coming over to Australia and being able to work. But if you're someone that doesn't, someone that's in the music industry or someone that's just working for themselves and it's not considered a very, very important skill, you won't be able to stay here long term unless you get married. Well, not even get married. If you have a girlfriend applied de facto, that's probably the only way you're going to stay. So what you can do is actually go over to New Zealand, which on a working holiday visa, if you go over there, you're able to get your permanent residency so much easier than over in Australia. So if you live there for a certain amount of time, or if you get sponsored, within 2 years you could have your. I think it's 2 years now. Don't quote me on that, but you'd be able to get your permanent residency and then come straight over to Australia, because if you're a permanent resident in New Zealand, you're also a permanent resident in Australia.
That's so quick, and New Zealand
Yeah.
seems so chillax about it.
Yeah. Whereas Australia, I'm over here 3 years and I'm still not a permanent resident. So I'm able to apply in September, and I'm going to apply then, and hopefully by my 4-year mark, I'll have permanent residency and be able to do whatever I want.
And you
That's
don't
the
want to,
goal.
you don't want to come back to Ireland? Would you visit?
So actually, I have plans. Hopefully, me, my girlfriend, and our daughter, we're really hoping to come over to Ireland maybe next year after the coronavirus and everything is settled. We're trying to plan something maybe Christmas or just after Christmas. You know, try to link it up with times, because AV is going to start booming now. Events are going to be massive.
Yeah.
Over the next while when everything opens back up. So we're hoping to kind of pick our time when I'm not going to be busy with work, because the hours are going to be crazy once this all settles.
That's great, man. That's great. No, I'm absolutely delighted for you that you're keeping well over there as well, man, and that you've got a missus, and that's her daughter, is it, or that's and that amazing. And what age is she? The daughter,
14.
I mean, 14. Amazing. Ah, that's great, man.
Yeah.
That's absolutely lovely. What do you miss? What do you miss? Do you miss anything about Ireland? You can say no. It's okay.
Actually, funny. The biggest things I miss about Ireland, I have to say, is probably the music business. My old friends and my family, obviously. You know, I obviously miss all of that. But the music industry is probably one of the biggest things I miss. I miss doing gigs in Chennai, meeting up with just because me and Brew, we're going to set up a record label with Paul Archibald as well, and the Tika Steve's crew. So we were going to set up a recording label called Life Cycle Records. And I miss doing all that. I miss getting involved. I miss being a part of the actual music scene and doing weird gigs here and there, like the rockabilly concert that me and Keith did at one stage. You know?
Yeah. And what's because that's all, like, you know, it's about the people, right? In this regard as well, it's like, what are the people like over in Australia, like, as kind of a general? I know you may be generalizing, but to connect with and things like that. How's that? How are you finding that?
I gotta make sure not to say the wrong thing here. But right, so I find the Australians are much easier to get along with and better than meeting up with the Irish crew over here. So I've met a lot of Irish people over here, and a lot of them are just drinking and complaining about a lot of things, you know, the same stuff I got away from back at home. But over here, the Australians, I integrate with them better than I have, and it's just, I honestly, I love the Australian people. They're great, you know.
And how much did they pay you to say that?
A lot.
Is your missus holding up a knife to you there?
No, her daughter's watching me, pointing at me.
There's two of them now. Is it against you? All right, fair enough. Well, this dude, I could chat to you for. I'm, you know, we could chat for hours. I think, honestly. What's I just don't know where to focus on, because I mean, we've got a lovely, healthy amount of viewers actually. So if anybody also wants to know anything, because dude, you're a man of many sort of hats and and talents and things like that. So there's so many things we can delve into, conversation topics and stuff like that. So guys at home, anyway, you've got an idea kind of what Marty's about. So if there's any questions you have, I'd like to actually ask you as well, so we can go back onto like fitness and things like that. And I won't keep you for too much longer. I've got Darren Conway as well at 2:15, so I don't want to. And you guys are connected somehow, right? As well, you and Darren Conway.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think I've done a couple of gigs from ages ago. I think I've done it because if I remember correctly, he used to do gigs possibly on a Thursday night as well.
Mm-hmm.
But I just know because everyone that I've connected with doing gigs and stuff like that, I've always added them on Facebook and stuff like that, and we've always connected through that. But um, yeah, it's been a long time. I can't remember, but I remember talking to you about it, and I was like, "Oh, Darren, I know him."
It's mad. It's just
You
so
know?
it's so. I love how Ireland is so nicely connected,
Yeah.
and it's so like. Did we talk about this with you? We talked about this before. This might be an interesting thing. Is that it's a fantastic place. How did you phrase it, man? You know, when I was talking about self development in Ireland, or growing your business, or growing yourself as a person, and then
Yeah.
and then not necessarily having to move away or anything, but the potential then of moving further onwards to bigger and better things that might not be in, Ireland might not have the capacity for. Didn't we talk a little bit about that? Is there something you could add
That's
to that?
right. The one thing I found about Ireland is it's so small and everybody knows each other. You get into any industry, you'll know everybody in that industry, especially the music industry. And one thing I found was if you are high in the music industry, you are going to stay high in the music industry. You're only going to work with the best in the music industry. Whereas if you're at the bottom, you're only starting or you're trying to overcome it, it's easy to get into a job. It's easy to work around. And if you put your name out there, it's easy to follow around. But the problem is the progression is not quite there. So there's no way of reaching from that bottom to middle to above unless you really work as hard as possible at it.
Mm,
And it's as well as if you have to know somebody. So you have to go up to John, who's your friend, and say, John, is there any openings? And then wait 2, maybe 3 years before that possible opening will even show. So you're literally just waiting for other people to leave their position, which is the
mm,
unfortunate thing about the music industry over there. And that's just
mm,
coming from a sound engineer's perspective. That's just the way it is as a sound engineer.
mm,
Now, it's quite similar with bands. I know a lot of bands that are struggling to even move forward because venues are taking advantage, not paying as much as they should, and stuff like that as well.
mm-hmm,
You
mm-hmm.
know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's definitely a different sort of mentality in Ireland with regard to paying musicians, which is
Yeah,
it's a huge issue, and musicians don't feel like they're not treated as employed people, which is an
yeah,
absolute shame. So hopefully that'll change. There are some kind of schemes and things like that I'm not sure about the legitimacy and things, but
yeah,
it'd be interesting to see as well. Of course, when you're mentioning like the higher up, like there's not really any like huge amount of record labels and things like that here, or I don't know. A lot of people have been duped in the past from all these labels, and how to sort of how to navigate this difficult industry. I suppose it's really
yeah.
really hard to do that. Um, yeah. So what's can you tell? Because we only have a few more minutes actually. So I guess I have a load of more questions for you, man.
I know.
um, is there let me see. Is there like a big misconception about people think about Australia or Australian people that you'd like to sort of clear up before we let you go, if there is one?
What misconceptions? Oh yeah, one of the biggest ones I've heard since I've come over here is Aussies aren't hard workers, right?
Hmm.
I've heard this all the time from Irish people saying Aussies are not hard workers, right? The Aussies that I work with in the AV business are the hardest working people I've ever met in my entire life.
Mm,
80, 90 hour weeks they will do, and they will do it without complaining. They'll do the week and then they'll come into another 80, 90 hour week and still have a smile on their face and don't care. And
mm,
they're workhorses, man. That's the biggest misconception,
Well,
I
there you go,
reckon.
guys. That's it. There's the biggest misconception. So check your facts before you start judging nations, I guess, isn't it? It's so easy to generalize, though, isn't it? Like to kind of put labels on countries and things like that. Um,
Yeah.
so you're also in. You also. I just want to give you a couple of plugs as well, because you're a fitness trainer. You're an AV, and you're also part of Herbalife. Can you talk a little bit about Herbalife before I let you go?
Yeah.
Because it sounds
So
amazing.
what I've done is I'm with a company called Pacific Rim, and what we do is we look after 40 countries around the world, but we've partnered with Herbalife. So we've become distributors of Herbalife because we found a product that works.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fantastic product, and I even use it myself. So everybody has met distributors who sell it. Everybody has met all of these people promising the world to them. And it's look, the problem is not Herbalife. The problem is the people that are selling it are unethical. They're talking and they're giving people false hope about it.
Mm-hmm.
They're telling people that they'll lose weight and in they'll lose like 20 kilos in 4 weeks or anything like that. The
Mm-hmm.
With Herbalife, it's an amazing product for increasing immunity. It's great products for boosting energy as well. Like day-to-day life, it's really, really good. And what I found with working with it, the people that I work with and all my mentors out there, they've been phenomenal, great team effort, and everybody just wants everybody to build, and it's working like a family. You know, it's a really, really good thing to get involved with. If you know anybody who wants to get involved with it, say I do it, because a lot of these people just want to help you,
Mm-hmm.
and just go for it is really what I want to say, you know.
Awesome, awesome. And what's like the most underrated sort of supplement in the fitness industry? Is there one?
To be honest, I'll be honest with with supplements, with everything. If you only need supplements if you're not eating a very balanced diet, right? If you're not eating a balanced diet, then you need supplements, something to supplement what you're missing, and that's the main thing about it. Whereas if you get a good multivitamin, for example, it can be really good for the body. Vitamin D, especially in Ireland, because people don't get much vitamin D, but they need
Mm.
calcium as well to help that absorb, you know? So there's some great vitamins out there in Ireland, and they're laughing at me now because I'm saying vitamin and not vitamin, my missus. but, but yeah, definitely with vitamins, you do not need them unless you are lacking something in your diet or you want to build or lose weight. You know,
Mm-hmm.
if you want to lose weight, eat less or get meal replacement shakes, which
Mm-hmm.
Herbalife do, which are phenomenal. But other than that, you do not need something unless if you're eating a balanced diet.
Cool, awesome,
Yeah.
good advice, man. A lot of people would agree with you on that in that industry. And what's all right, so I'll leave you with one more question, man. Okay, I'm not gonna bother you much more.
I
I'll
love
bother.
this, mate.
Do you like it? It's grand. I'm enjoying it. I think it's fantastic. We can do this, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'll get you.
definitely.
I'll get you back on one of the days.
Yeah,
Um. So last question. What advice can you give people, coming from yourself as well, from your own experience, like someone that wants to really change their whole life? Let's say they're in the gutter, they had bad stuff happen to them, blah blah blah, from whatever reason. What's kind of, is there anything you can kind of advise those kind of people that want to sort of change their lifestyle?
yeah. That's actually a brilliant one because where I grew up, I actually grew up in Cordup in Blanchardstown. So I grew up
Mm,
in a very rough area, stuff like that. And I went, right, I had a good family, lucky enough, but I started from the bottom. I was always involved with bad people, stuff like that. You know, that
mm-hmm,
was always my upbringing. And then for years, just kind of wasted it away, you know, no money, nothing like that. I was struggling. But the main bit of advice I would give anybody who wants to do anything and is stuck in a rut in them bad positions is go somewhere else. Just move, just do something else, get out of the environment. The hardest part about you're always you're always what's the word I'm looking for? Creature of your environment, you know.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
So people around you are always going to influence who you are. So if you are struggling, if you feel like you're in a bad position, you feel like you're in the gutter and want to change, you need to make that change and move somewhere that's not around that negativity.
mm.
And that's the biggest advice I can give anyone.
Awesome. That's great, man. That's absolutely great advice. Marty Fortune, man, listen, it's an absolute pleasure to chat to you. So how can people find, sort of, like, if they want to chat to you online or sort of get some personal training tips or just be your mate, what's the where do they have to go to find you?
So well, I have two websites. So you can look at Fortune Fitness Herbalife on Facebook, or you can look at Fortune Fitness powered by ECPT. ECPT is actually my girlfriend. That's her Elise Crofts personal training. And you can also look at our website, fortunefitness888.com, and you'll find all of our contact details, email, everything, and just chat to us on Facebook. Always want a conversation with new people.
I love that, man, and I love the fact that you're so open and easygoing as well. That's absolutely awesome, man. And I'm sure people watching as well feel comfy to sort of approach you and to check your stuff out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put those links at the bottom of the description on the YouTube re-release video when I finish up here. Listen, man, have a great evening, man. Have a great night. Have a good sleep, because it's already like 11 there, right? And I'm looking forward to just chatting to you again soon, and after this, you know, one day to visit you and just see what's going on over there, man. It's been an absolute pleasure, brother. Thanks for coming on to the show, man.
You too, David, man. Absolute pleasure. Love you, bro, and hopefully we can link up very soon. Take care of yourself.
Absolutely deadly, man. Talk to you soon, brother. See you later. Bye-bye. Okay, let me just swap this over. Marty Fortune, what an absolutely awesome conversation, and what an awesome guy. Let me know, guys, what you thought of that, if there was anything that stood out for you in that conversation. Derek Fortune, Del Fortune, great show, lads. That's absolutely right, Del. We have good people on this show to make it a great show. So thanks so much for tuning in, and thanks to all of you guys for tuning in here with us. So yeah, look at this, all these lovely people joined us here. So our next guest, okay, let's see if we can get him on board. So we've got Darren Conway, who it's an absolute privilege to have Darren on the show. I've been a huge fan for many years. So since I saw that very first Star Wars video, I've been following him, and I think he's an absolute genius. I think he's fantastic. So let's see if I can get him on board. So yeah, if you have just tuned in, we had a great chat with Marty Fortune. I'm going to send all his links. I'm going to put them in the chat. And I'm going to, on the video as well, on YouTube, I'm going to put the links up. But yeah, absolutely awesome chat with that guy. And if you're looking for personal training tips or anything like that, nutritionist tips, and, it's... I'll put the contact down for you so you can stay in touch. So our next guest, our second guest today, which I'm extremely excited about this. I really am. I'm trying to contain myself. He's a comedian, writer, and filmographer. Amassed over 50,000 Instagram followers and has just under 70,000 Facebook likes. Worked with Hardy Books legend Owen Colgan, MMA. He did a video with John Kavanagh, which is absolutely hilarious. You got to check it out. And recently gained attention from Irish politicians, Mary Lou McDonald and Leo Varadkar, in a series of hilarious Twitter exchanges. So he's one of my personal favorite comedians, and I'm absolutely thrilled to have him on the show. So let's see if we have him there. Well, how's it going?
That's crack, man. Right there, just fixed.
There we go. We got you nicely. Absolutely brilliant, man. Perfect, man. Dude, it's absolute pleasure to have you right in front of me here under these weird and unfortunate circumstances. But it's absolutely awesome that we get to chat like this and get you on the show. Thanks so much. How are you keeping, man?
Not bad. Yourself? All good. Yeah, just plugging away, Just the usual. Same as yourself, probably.
Yeah, that's it. Just trying to just keep doing things under a little bit of a different environment, but you just got to keep doing. And I'm sure you as a creator as well, kind of like, I've noticed, have you been working much more recently? I've noticed you putting out a little bit more content.
Yeah, I've just been like putting out loads of stuff. Sorry, I'm just fixing the stuff around here.
No worries, man.
I've just been just whacking out the content, man. Yeah, pretty much just kind of focusing on my energy to that while we're on lockdown, and just kind of putting out as much as possible,
Amazing, man. And like I'm actually a huge fan since, and I've already said this to the guys, I don't know if you heard, but since that very first series of videos, which were, I think it was on YouTube, you sort of started a little bit of Facebook kind of images and things like that.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
a couple of videos, right? And it was the Star Wars one, and then you on the back of the bus. I'm sure you had stuff before that I might have missed. But when I saw that stuff, I was like, this guy has something unique. Like, there was definitely something original about you that I was just drawn to, and I was hooked, man. And I wasn't getting enough of it. I was like, when's Darren going to release more videos? When's there more content and stuff like that? What was like sort of like what got you motivated to kind of start pushing out more content and get more creative? What kind of, was there a moment that kind of made you kind of pop things out more?
Like now, like during the pandemic, or
just before, like, I guess, yeah, because
before, yeah,
your Instagram's been absolutely blowing up. So was it just joining Instagram and doing the shorter videos, or?
Yeah, like I would have, as you said, posted them kind of comedy sketches to YouTube and Facebook, and like for years it was going well, you know, that way it was getting good hits and stuff like that. But the reach on Facebook kind of died in the latter years, and I was just like, I always had Instagram there and Twitter and stuff, but I never really used them. It was more just like, oh, there's a photo I'll take of a pole or something.
Yeah.
Just whatever, like, and just generic stuff. And then I just started kind of putting the stuff from Facebook onto Instagram, and then that kind of like spiraled from there. But then I started using Instagram as my main thing and posting from Instagram to Facebook, and then from Instagram to Twitter. So it was just kind of just happened at the right time, you know. I just kind of morphed it all together and mapped it out what I was going to do, like.
And it's all like a natural progression, right? So I guess you just had a natural instinct to want to make videos like this, right? There was no yeah,
it's just a natural kind of instinct to do. Like, I'd say it's just like going to a job, isn't it? Just the regular, and I just love doing it, so I just kept going, you know.
And you work as well as a barman part-time, or did before this pandemic, or was that?
Yeah, I still work there. I'm just laid off at the moment due to the pandemic, but I don't know whether to go back or not, because I'm doing a good bit now, and this has been a blessing in disguise for me. With the whole, as bad as the circumstances are, like, it's been good.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, because you got that. It was really the Mary McDonald tweets and the Leo Rita. Is that kind of what sort of escalated things for you recently, or?
Yeah, well, it's been going very strong on Twitter, so the numbers have been like gradually building, and I think that's just what came from it with the whole Leo thing and the Mary Lou McDonald.
I can't believe that was brilliant. I didn't believe it when you posted that.
Why? I know, like, it looks photoshopped. Like, it's something that you'd say, right, that is definitely photoshopped.
Yeah.
But yeah, as real as day, man. Crazy.
How did you feel? Like, what was going through your head, man, when you saw that on your phone? Like,
so I didn't see it till after an hour, because I turned notifications off for Twitter and Instagram and stuff, because don't want to be kind of, you know, you're doing your own thing as well at the time, like. And I looked at it an hour later and I was like, oh, why didn't I see this earlier? This is insane. Like, just Leo Varadkar.
That's it. Absolutely crazy. I'm delighted for you, man, because how many years? Like, it's like 4 years you're kind of, you've started, right? Wasn't it about 2016 maybe you started putting out early content?
I started, the earliest I can remember dating back is probably 2013 is when, maybe 2016 is when you would have seen the kind of the bus one and then other stuff like that. But there was ones back in 2013 where it would have been when the page or the reach was on like very small numbers, but I was still doing it no matter how many people were watching. So it's just a constant thing of just plugging away, you know.
It seems to be like really genuinely what you love doing, and you're just doing it for the love of it. And maybe you started without any intention, but you just have to do it, right, to live. Your life wouldn't probably be normal if you weren't releasing these videos, right? Yeah, that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. What's been like the kind of most I was going to ask you like what's been the most like what the fuck situation, but I'm assuming it's the Leo Varadkar Twitter thing, right? That's been kind of the most like what
that would be definitely one of them. One of them would be that, Trying to think now. There's been kind of shades of them moments throughout the past year where I'm like, why are they commenting? That's crazy, like, you know that way. But like the thing with John Cabinet that I'd done as well, like the sketch was just that was just next level for me. I just couldn't believe I got that opportunity, you know that way.
Yeah.
From doing all that online and then like getting that opportunity was great. That's one of them, with that kind of what the fuck moments. And then there's loads, man. There's a lot.
How did you get the John Kavanagh? Did you approach him or did he approach you?
I posted a video on Twitter saying I do the MMA now, and it was basically just like some lad saying, "Yeah, I do the MMA." You know what I mean?
I've seen that, yeah.
So, yeah, man. So I posted that, and I just tagged him under saying, "If this gets 1 like, can I come to SBG and do a masterclass in MMA?" And then he said, "Yeah." So it just happened then.
That's amazing, man. That is because I see you do that as well. You were doing like with the Lucozade, wasn't it? And you were like, "Watch me drink a bottle of Lucozade." And then I was looking forward to that event. That event never happened.
I was just looking for some branded deals.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, and it's a great way to do it, though, isn't it? Like, to sort of because everybody, I'm sure, like they're getting sick of, you know, with these spams and things like that. But you're not doing it in a spam way, right? You're doing it in sort of like you are sort of getting people's attention. You're actually giving them a benefit by giving them, your fans attention to that or whatever. But
I stopped doing that because it's just like free promotion, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's turned. The tables have turned now, right? So now you're promoting them. So yeah, I guess it must be crazy though, like that evolution though over the years. And like, so you were working as well with Owen Colgan, right? I thought that video was brilliant. The exchanges are doing in Stephen's Green, and how did that come about as well?
I've been talking to Owen a few years now, you know, just kind of the odd time back and forward or whatever, and appreciating each other's stuff and whatever. But Owen's a legend, man. Owen's always down for the crack, you know, like myself. So we're just kind of meet in the middle and do some sketches sometimes. But I'd like to work with him more when this is all over.
He's a good team.
It's a strange mix, Dublin and Mayo, isn't it? But it meets together like a nice sandwich.
Yeah, it really does. I love that awkward hug. You know, that thing you were doing there. I thought that was brilliant. That made the video for me, man. So how, like, do people, like, because you know you obviously get a lot of weird people, you know, because you're watching a lot of people are watching you now. Like, do people like think that you're like legit in some of your characters? Do they think these characters are like genuine? Because you're exaggerating, obviously, you know, parts and characters.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes I do think that people actually think that I am that person. Sometimes, but not all the time. But regarding the kind of Sinn Féin stuff I was posting, like saying Sinn Féin will get you a gaff, Lucozade, Mars the lights and all, people were commenting like as if I was sort of a politician in a sense. Obviously not knowing that I'm not a politician, but it felt like they were kind of trying to drag me into a political kind of situation, whereas I'm like, hey, relax, it's just a joke, you know, that way. But yeah, I'm just a normal bloke, man, at the end of the day, and just post away, you know, that kind of way.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you're just having fun, man, and spreading something that comes naturally to you, right? And you'll just grab onto any idea and just go with it, right? So
yeah, that's it.
Yeah. I guess people will always want to sort of push that kind of some sort of an agenda, especially to somebody that has a voice to a good few people. Maybe they want to pull something out of you, but fair play to you for standing your ground and not getting into that.
Oh no, shy away from that stuff.
Yeah. What's there's loads of questions I'd love to ask you. I don't know. I don't want to be boring you too much if I just grilling you, man.
No, you're fine, man. You're fine.
And I'll play a video as well. I'll play one of your I love the corona ones you're doing. The virus ones you're doing there recently are great. So there was one recent one I really enjoyed. So what's like? Do you have any like? Have you ever thought of, like, you know, had those moments of, you know, giving up or doubting yourself, and how did you overcome that, man? For people that are kind of wanting to take the same path as yourself.
Yeah, I've been through loads of them moments where you're just, especially when I was doing it on Facebook, there was like people like saying, "Oh, I love your work and all," and I'm pulling points in a pub, like, you know, that way. So that can kind of be daunting as well, because you have all these videos out there and stuff like that, but there's no real opportunities at the end of it. So I kind of didn't know if it was worth doing. Do you know that way? Because as I said, there was no opportunities. It seemed like a bottomless kind of thing, and I just kept plugging away. It's just literally in the last year I've been very lucky with everything and how everything shaped out. But I suppose like once you keep going, it just goes to show you that you do get there in the end, you know, no matter how long it takes. It could be 5, 10, 15 years, but I think you'll get there once you keep going at it.
And I guess
that's not to say, that's not to say I'm there, like, you know, but it's better than it was 6 years ago, you know, that way.
Yeah. I mean, exponentially it does grow, and the more time you stick at something, you're going to start seeing these sort of moments of clarity, right? That will kind of remind you and go, wait a minute, this might actually, and that this might lead to something, and then you push again ahead, and then you mightn't see anything then for a bit, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere. So it kind of comes out, it comes out unexpectedly, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it just happens. Yeah.
Do you have any advice for like comedians or people like that? Other than, I suppose you gave a little bit of advice there, is just kind of to keep going. But is there anything else, like any kind of tips?
Yeah, more of the same. Just I always say that if you have ideas, not to shy away from them and just be yourself and do it. I wouldn't necessarily like copy off something that's already been done, but like just stay true to yourself. I think that's a thing that I used to do years ago. I wouldn't copy off something, but I'd kind of say like, what do the people want, you know, that way. And that was kind of taken away from what I want. So I think it's when you just kind of find that balance of what the people want and what you want, and how you meet that in the middle and just go for it and be yourself, you know, that way. I think that's the most main thing, and stick to it. So
yeah, you said that in your last video, actually, one of your recent ones, isn't it? Like when you're in the gaff, be yourself. So you did actually mention that
there is a meaning behind that.
Yeah. So I picked up on that. Is there any kind of videos you're just like, I'm sure it happens a lot, right? Because you post out so much stuff and you're just like, oh fuck's sake, do you cringe at yourself ever? And like, not that, you know, I wouldn't notice, you know, I think it's all absolutely brilliant, but is it for yourself? Like
sometimes, like say when I was on Facebook years ago, it's post a video kind of just in the midst of whatever. There wouldn't be really a thought pattern of how I'm going to do it and what it's going to be about. It would be just a random thing. And then I come across it like a year later and I'm like, why did I say that? Do you know that way? That's not even funny in the way I think I should have done it. It's nothing like what I do now, you know that way? So there is them moments where you kind of go, I can see why people wouldn't like that. You know that way?
Yeah. Just want to say to our viewers, we're with Darren Conway, if you hadn't realised already or recognised him. I just want to give a shout out to Reza Rashidi, Rob Cunningham, Anna Kozak, Dmitrij Dee, Tracy Moore, Paul MC, and Rebecca. Guys, what is up? Thanks for tuning in. I'm here with the fantastic and hilarious Darren Conway, and I'm just grilling him. I'm just asking question upon question, and he's giving me the answers that I want to hear. So if you guys have any questions or anything to ask Darren, do give us a shout. I might be able to fit in a question or two.
Of course, yeah.
What's is there any videos that you were, or anything, any ideas that you came to your head? This might be such a stupid question, man, but like I play a bit of music.
Far away.
Do you ever like think like, this is genius? I'm a genius. This is so good. Do you ever have to like, and which video would that have been? And you can be modest doing that, because I know you're modest, man. You know.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't be like ever blow my own trumpet when I do something. It'd take a lot for me to laugh at myself. But there is times where you kind of say, that's really good. I know that they're going to like that, you know, that way. And it's important to be proud of your work as well. So
absolutely.
if you have a project, like, it's important to be proud of that. Like, there's no, it's not strange to like your own stuff, but I wouldn't sit there like and say, like, laugh as much as maybe a fan would or whoever watches them. But I would find the humor part, and I say, sometimes if I laugh, I know it's good, you know that way.
Yeah.
And then I say, I'm posting it. If I laughed, it's good. Do you know that way?
Yeah, absolutely. No, because I'd see like in a couple of videos you kind of trying to hide the laugh while you're filming. So even when like you were with John Kavanagh in the ring and you just walk into the ring like this, you know, and then you're like, all right, or whatever. And I think there was a little smile coming along, and you were just able to hide it so well to just keep the flow going. So
That happens.
is that just you, like, literally inside you're breaking your shit laughing at just the situation, basically, is it?
That's just me inside saying, holy shit, I'm in the octagon with John Kavanagh. What am I doing here? And then just gonna snap out, but just stay in character. And then that's that smile. That's that smile in between there.
That's brilliant. What's like? Do you have any aspirations, like, to get into acting and things like that? As in, like, on a sort of film or TV show sort of basis?
Yeah, I'd love it. Yeah, that'd be amazing. That's what I'm working towards, you know. But whether it happens or not, I can't really decide that. So I'm just gonna carry on what I'm doing, and hopefully something kicks off. I'm just enjoying it. I'm just enjoying it, man. You know.
Yeah, you definitely seem to be, man, which is the most important thing. And we have a mutual friend as well, Martin Eastwood. Is
he's my agent.
He's your
but
agent.
Not me. Oh, he's not my official agent, but he sends emails for me. He's a legend.
He is a legend, man. Yeah, no, that's great. So he put me in touch with you, and so thanks to him, we're having this interview as well.
Marto is a god of monks, man.
He is a god of monks, men. Yeah, absolutely.
Monks, man.
He's a god
of monks.
There he is. That's it. I hope he's tuning in. He's going to come on to the show. I think next week or the week after, or because I do it on Wednesdays and Saturdays. So I'd love to have a chat with him, because he's such a high achiever, isn't he? He's amazing.
He's done so well for himself, and that's all because he's self-motivated and just knows what he wants, and he just gets there in the end. And I always take inspiration from him when he does something. It's just incredible.
That's what I was going to ask you. Yeah, do you get any advice from Martin now and then, or do you ever ask him for things, like, as in any bits of advice?
Not really advice. We just kind of talk on voice chat and stuff, and when this wasn't happening, we meet up for a coffee and whatever else. But he'd always pick me up and say, "You're doing really well. This is it and all, and you're well on your way," and blah blah blah. And I fully believe it, because that man wouldn't lie to me. No, that way he's 100%.
Yeah. He's got an amazing positive attitude, but he backs it up with hard work as well. It's not just talking. He's an action driven man, and he's amazing. He's absolutely amazing. So I'm looking forward to having a chat with him as well, and getting to know him. What's any live gigs planned after this? I know I mentioned before, like I was saying, because I do events, you know, so I'd love to.
Yeah, I was talking to you before about that. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely do. Like, I want to get out and do some kind of live shows. Writing at the moment, so I always go back to that thing, whether it's so easy to do videos and stuff, and much harder to do online, or not online. What I'm saying, live shows.
Stuff,
yeah. So, but it is there. Like, I want to do it, so I will do something that I want to do. You know, that way.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. I mean, the online stuff's going so well, like the video stuff. I mean, there's no rush. It's kind of whenever you feel sort of ready for it, right? Because you're gonna get a lot of people at that live gig, so you wanna make sure you make sure it's okay. Yeah. Yeah. Don't want to just go in there and just be like, stand on stage, drink a Lucozade bottle, and you know what? People would still fucking love that, man. They love that character that you have, you know, just that vibe that you give off as well. It's just genuine and great, you know. It's fun, you know.
Cheers, man.
So who's kind of, I'm gonna let you go in a couple of minutes, man. I wanted to
take your time. Don't rush
time.
Yourself.
Okay, let's chill. I'll go to the Jacks now and I'll come back.
I'm just gonna make something to eat.
Yeah, I'm gonna put on some. Because I remember you giving Tony Cantwell a shout out once. And you're doing a video on the back garden. You wanted to work with him. Do you still looking forward to working with him, or because you haven't worked with him yet, right?
Yeah, man, I love his stuff. Always have. I think he's so funny, man.
Yeah.
Like, in my opinion, the best in Dublin or wherever. Just in his genre, he's so good. But yeah, man, I've always said I'd love to work with him. I've never been in contact with him about it though, but you never know, maybe.
Yeah, he's awesome, man. He's up there as well with yourself. In my opinion, I see his boat in very high regard in the comedic world. And I got to see him live, and it was only a short 15-minute, or it was like 10-minute even. Like it was at the Whelan's Cherry Comedy or something like that. They used to do that upstairs. Yeah, and it was a great show, man. And he's just brilliant. Like, just his persona as well is just so it's ridiculously fantastic, and he portrays himself
It is exceptional,
yeah, with gusto. And I mean, his videos are just redonks, man. The whole like TG Cockrock and Radio Telefiche Anal, like that, all that stuff is just, I just thought that was genius. Yeah,
it's stuff you shouldn't say, but it's the best stuff that you should say.
Exactly.
Because it's just so good.
Yeah, there's still taste in that, you know what I mean? It's not just shouting out loads of silly things. Like there's thought putting into it, like.
Yeah, definitely.
For sure. What's like the biggest lesson you've taken from doing like your videos? I'm sure, like, okay, we've kind of touched on something similar, like, you know, that you know, be yourself and all that stuff. But when you're doing videos, like, what's kind of something that you learned about yourself watching yourself back as a person? You don't have to answer that, by the way, if it's too like weird.
That's a hard one, but I don't know, man. I don't really know that one.
Cool.
What have I learned? I've learned to maybe keep at it. Yeah, same as the kind of other stuff I was saying, but yeah.
Great. That just means I'm running out of questions, man. That's all that means.
That's all right.
Listen.
So how are you?
Oh, jeez, you're gonna turn this on me now? Fuck.
Nah, I'm joking.
Nah, just kidding. I don't give a fuck about you, man.
I care about you, man.
I care about you. Bless you, brother. Listen, I'd love to do like a collaboration or something with you. Do something absolutely ridiculous.
We were supposed to do something before, remember?
The Rockstar Karaoke live video, yeah. And I'm honestly, I'm always down for doing some just silly stuff, like whatever it is, you know what I mean? So I'd love to, now that we have like this, we have a connection now through this, it's awesome. Now I can, whenever the time is right, but I'd say you're going to be super busy now. Once this is all over, I think everyone's going to be super busy, isn't it? Especially in the music industry and in the comedy video, and like it's gonna explode. I think, you know, people are gonna really need to leave the gaff, you know, after this.
Yeah,
and they're gonna be.
I think most people probably will be so used to being inside they won't leave.
You think so? Yeah, it could go both ways, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus. Get like allergic to the sun or something like that.
Literally like vampires.
Yeah. Great, man. Listen, I'm gonna let you go there. I'm gonna leave the guys with there's actually 2 videos I picked. There's actually 4, but I'm gonna try and play maybe 2 videos of you. One from your recent sort of Facebook collection. How many videos did you do in quarantine so far? Actually, have you counted how many you've sort of done in the past 6 weeks?
I haven't counted, man. I've just kept posting. I haven't posted in like a week and a half. I recorded a sketch yesterday. It took me 11 hours to record and edit.
Wow.
But it's for Paddy Power.
Okay.
So there's a little plug for you.
There you go, Paddy Power.
Sneak peek.
It's a commercial, yeah, for them.
Just a sketch, man, just for their online. Hopefully they post it now, but I'm sure they will.
That's amazing. That's great. 11 hours.
Serious going. Like I was kind of focusing on that the past week. So.
What's the longest? Like, is that the longest you've committed to a video?
Yeah. Because I knew it was for someone else, you know, that way, and. It's different when it's just for you. You're just you know.
Since we're on this thing, do majority of the videos, do they just do one take and you're grand, or it differs?
Yeah. Majority of videos on Instagram would just be kind of just one take. But then if I didn't like it, I'd just take that out and re-record it and then go again. So
it's great because you've a really good camera now, don't you? You've like a DSLR, isn't it? That you film with.
Yeah. I have a Canon there. HD.
Excellent. HD, man.
Yeah, 4K next.
No, yeah. See, I got my HD as well. Just there, literally arrived yesterday. So I don't know if you can really. Yeah, it's okay. It's a little better. It's the 1080p. It's not, you know.
Yeah, that's the job, man.
It does the job. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, man, it's been an absolute pleasure. Is there anything you want to plug? Anything else you want to plug or say? Can you leave us with something?
That's it. I'll plug the PP thing.
You put the PP?
Probably shouldn't have, because now they probably won't post it. But I'll post it anyway if they don't. So
dude, don't worry.
Yeah,
nobody's watching this anyway, so don't worry. Now we're grand. I'm still early days. You know, I'm used 6 years ago, so
No, you're me now. You're on the same level, man.
Yeah. Awesome, brother. Listen, thanks so much for taking the time. Darren
No worries.
Conway, everybody, thanks for tuning in. And I'm going to leave you with a video by him as well. Listen, have a great time in quarantine and keep working hard, man. I'm absolutely loving the content, and it's been a pleasure chatting to you, brother. I'll chat to you really soon, all right?
Thanks a million. I'll see you after, man, right?
Take it easy, brother. Bye-bye. Okay. So that was Darren Conway, everybody, our second guest. What an absolute gentleman. What an absolute deadly guy. It's my first time properly having a chat with him. We've run into each other before, actually just before Christmas in the Wild Duck at his Christmas party, I believe it was. And I was praising his work, because I think it's just absolutely fantastic. I've been following his stuff for so long. So yeah, guys, post in the comments. Thanks for watching. Ashto McCrunchables, good to see you watching, brother. Elga Fox, good to see you watching. Hope you're keeping well. Dara Lynch once again. Kevin Power, Mick Joyce, Daniel Phelan. What's the story? Rob Cunningham, listening to this in the hearse. Great stuff, man. Rob works for a funeral company. He's not the victim. Marina Markushevi, I might be pronouncing that incorrectly, but welcome, guys. Do say hello. We've got a lovely, healthy 16 viewers. I hope you've enjoyed that interview with Darren Conway. I absolutely admire him so much. I think he's absolutely fantastic. So I'm going to play a video by him. We're going to see which one I can get up here. I'm going to play one of his recent ones, and then I'll see if I can fit in I'm just going to wait for my browser to load. So yeah, let's see. There we go. So yeah, let me know what you thought about that conversation. And we have two more guests that are going to join us as well. We've got Rebecca Cappuccini, who's going to be up next, and we're going to chat about the Waterford music scene. And we're just going to casually chat music in general and sort of, touch on sort of a bit of aspirational, motivational stuff as well. I like to touch on that and seeing what sort of makes people do the things that they do, which is really, it's always been a fascinating thing for me. So let's see if I can get this up. So here's a recent one by Darren Conway. If you haven't seen it, check it out.
Are you looking after your family? If your nanny's out the back garden doing the fucking gardening, go out and say to her, you're doing a good job. Keep going. If your partner is doing a bit in the house, a bit of painting, go over to them, make sure you say, you're doing a fantastic job. Make sure you relax. You don't want to be doing all the work. You relax. See you relax. Just be yourself. Enjoy yourself. Watch a couple of films. Watch a few films. Don't worry about anyone else. You don't do fuck all. Stay where you are. Stay where you are. And if someone around the house does this, my back is killing me, you wouldn't be able to give us a hand upstairs with this, would you? Fuck off, how about that? And if the dog is acting the bollocks, tell him to stop. Let him piss on the floor. Someone else is going to clean it. Are you doing enough? I'm such a fucking mess.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. Darren Conway, and that was one of his recent videos, which you can find on his Facebook, and of course his Instagram as well. So I'm going to play one more. It was one released last year, which I think is absolutely absolutely hilarious. I hope you don't mind me playing a bit of an older one here, Darren. It's one you released last year. It's Mad Billy, From the Road. I think it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, young fella.
What's the story, alright? Yeah, did you ever smoke the rollies? I bleeding loved them, but my fingers are gone pure yellow. I'm from the flats, I am originally. Do you remember the flats there? I think I was like 10 when the flats got knocked down. I can't really remember it much. I used to be on the top floor of the flats. See, when they knocked them down, I went down with them. Have this scar, wait to see this. Look at that bleeding thing. Will you go away, you're as mad as an ashtray full of smokes? Yeah, see her over there? That's a proper Ballymun board. You don't look too good, mate. You don't mind if I ask you a quick question there? No. What sexuality are you?
All right, so that's Darren Conway once again, and that was a bit of an older video from last year, 2019. Yeah, he cracks me up, honestly. Like it's absolutely hilarious. So I do wish him the best, and he's pumping out a lot of content during the quarantine. So if you're looking for a laugh, definitely head over to his page. So I'm going to be honest with you, I got one more. I've got another guest. I've got two more guests, which I'm really looking forward to. But I need to. If you hadn't noticed, I tend to drink a lot of water. That was already drank, and I'm already starting this one. So yeah, it's crazy how much water I think I must go through about 4 liters of water during these shows. So I need to use the bathroom. So let's take a toilet break. I'm going to play a song by Toshin, who we had earlier on. We had Toshin with her single Knock Knock. And this song is called Boy Listen, which is an absolutely awesome tune. So I'm going to leave you with that. And I'll be back in about 2 minutes, and we will start our next interviews. So thanks for holding on there, guys. And thanks for tuning in. It's absolutely awesome.
Listen to me now. If you want me to stay, you better man up and say, 'cause I won't be around
Great
when
band.
the moon goes full and you're true playing. I said, boy, listen to me now. If you want me to stay, you better man up and say, 'cause I won't be around when the moon goes full and you're true playing games. You never heard me like this. You never heard me say it like this, boy. Listen to me now, listen to me now, listen to me now. I kept losing sight of what So I told him, I said, boy, listen to me now. If you want me to stay, better man up and say, 'cause I won't be around when the moon goes full and you're true playing games. You never heard me like this, oh, you never heard me say it like this, boy. Listen to me now, listen to me now, listen to me now. I said, boy, listen to me now. If you want me to stay, better man up and say, 'cause I won't be around when the moon goes full and you're true playing games. You never heard me like this, oh, you never heard me say it like this, boy. Listen to me now, 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 listen to me now.
Boy Listen by Toshin. Awesome band, awesome track. So yeah, I just finished up my really awesome interview with Darren Conway there. So I'm going to send you his links. I'm sure a lot of you guys are familiar already with his work, so I'll send you links to his social networks. And thanks so much for tuning in. Sean Cray, Kevin Fox, Peter Mack, how's it going, brother? Hope you're well. Hope you are all doing well. Dino, how's it going? Good to see you guys joining in for this this radio show, this bi-weekly radio show that I've just hosted out of I guess all this quarantine craziness. All my gigs have been cancelled, so this is one of the ways I can stay connected to people, you know, to artists, to comedians, to influential people, and hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Do let me know how yous are all keeping, if everything is if you guys are all doing well. Peter, hey bro, good to see you. Nice one, man. Great to see you, man. I hope all is well. Colin Priestley, what is up, man? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in for a little bit. And yeah, even if it's for a little bit, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, that's great. 21 viewers, absolutely phenomenal. So our next guest, let's do it. I get into a little bit distracted. I'm looking at so many things. I've got a screen there where the camera is. I've got a screen here, so I'm just making sure everything is all running smoothly here. Somebody might have a job after this quarantine to be my my producer. You know, it would be nice to have somebody working behind the camera, so I can just wholly focus on the camera, because my eyes are going everywhere. So our next guest is Rebecca Cappuccini of Viking Promotions. She is a comedian, radio show host, all-round music lover. So she's going to talk to us about the Waterford music scene. Yes, you heard me, Waterford music scene. I'll be honest, I didn't know there was one. So this is the problem, isn't it? We're all confined in, you know, our mental frame of mind and living in a place. So, you know, Dublin being the capital, and some cities get overlooked. So this is a great opportunity to get to know Waterford's music scene. And yeah, apparently I didn't know this. So it was the very first Viking settlement in Ireland. So hence Viking Promotions, which is really cool. And yeah, I was interviewed on her show about 2 weeks ago. It was my very first kind of one-on-one interview, maybe my second. So yeah, doing a lot of things that I wouldn't normally be able to get myself to do, just through fear, I suppose. So it was nice to kind of start doing these kind of things, like talking to you guys live and doing interviews and things like that. So anyway, our next guest, Rebecca Cappuccini. Let's see if we can get her in here. We're going to listen to some great music now. I'm going to have a nice chat. I think you guys are in for a treat. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. Yeah, I'm doing really good. How are you keeping?
Doing really well, and thank you so much for having me on this show. It's such a great thing to get the favor returned, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, this is it. We're all in the same business. And it's just awesome to know that there's, you know, just really good, friendly, nice people out there, you know, in the music industry. So it's an absolute pleasure to have met you. And yeah, let's get to know you. Let's get to know Viking Promotions. Let's get to know some Waterford bands. I'm excited. So fix your mic there. Get your mic up and running. That's a new mic, I take, isn't it? So you just got to get used to it.
Yeah, it's from my garden.
Yeah.
But it's raining here. Well, it's kind of interspersed with showers. So now I'm in my bedroom again, but I'm not used to holding the mic up with my feet.
Oh, that's really uncomfortable. Yeah. And
So I unplugged it.
so you need a mic stand, do you?
There is a mic stand, but the bed is not very stable, you know.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, well we'll try to make it work, I'm sure. So that's great. So look, you're the host in Viking Promotions, and you were a radio show host as well, and you do interviews with musicians and things like that, which is absolutely awesome. So tell me a little bit about, well, I guess the main topic today, we're talking about Waterford music scene, right? So tell me a little bit about the music scene there for us ignorant Dubliners that don't know about it.
Well, I suppose it's true. Like, a lot of the time, Waterford gets overlooked. And as you said, we are the first Viking settlement. We're actually a city, not a town. Everyone gets that wrong. We were the first place in Ireland to actually have coffee. Jacob's biscuits come from here. Rashers come from here. The Black comes from here. The city is so full of magic in all its forms. So there's loads of bands in Waterford that people either finally get to know when they leave Waterford, or don't really get the chances that, let's say, Dublin bands would get while trying to rise to fame, which is a huge, huge shame. So it takes people like me going, hey, have you seen what's going on in Waterford?
Absolutely, yeah. And is there any bands that stand out for you currently in the scene? Tell me a little bit about, give them a bit of a plug.
Okay, so like you asked me to pick 4 tracks. So I picked 4 local artists. So we've got Toucan. I'd say most people in Ireland know who Toucan are. Then we have Cal Pacino. He's an amazing jazz musician, hip hop artist, and he does his own solo stuff. He's also in the process of creating somewhat of a super band to showcase his magic perfectly. So that's super exciting. Then you've got 7 Levels. They're a psychedelic post-punk band who kind of are born from the ashes of one of Waterford's more famous bands, which would have been Chimpambi. I've got about a decade worth of Chimpambi love in me. So it's a really important project to me personally, but also I'm just so proud of them for everything they're doing. They're just really pushing it, you know? And then we have Tig Williams. He is an incredible poet, spoken word artist. And as well as that, now he's launching his solo career and making waves, you know? So it's great to see those 4. But there's so many others and I only have so long, you know?
You could use like a whole 2-hour segment, right? And that probably wouldn't even be enough. How many venues are in Waterford? Like how many music venues?
Well, one of the big problems we had in Waterford was actually a shortage of venues. The music scene sort of died down in the fact that people weren't attending gigs anymore because our main venue, which would have been the Forum, closed down and became a bingo hall. And then I would have put on gigs for years and years in Murphy's, which would have been kind of a biker dive bar down on the quay, which had been very famous. Now, we're really, really lucky in that there are a few venues that still really, really hold music dearly. Like there's a pub called Ishkabaha, and they will let anyone come in and play, and they really have music 7 nights a week. You've got the likes of Tully's, similar situation. But the size for the type of gig I'd be looking to put on isn't really accessible, or wasn't until about Christmas. Tig Williams, fantastic man, created a charity event called Buscade. And as part of Buscade, the week beforehand, he entrusted Viking Promotions with Buscade Live, which is a live event indoors. So Buscade is all the musicians in Waterford take to the streets, and they all have one purpose: to busk and make money for Tinton House. So this year we raised €7,000.
Amazing. Great.
Yeah. I think it's the 4th year it's running, so it's really incredible. So Viking was given the task, and we were like, "Ooh, where are we going to put this on? Because I don't have a stage that I see as fit." So I literally went into a venue where I used to work years ago and used to put on gigs, and I went, "Can you build me a stage?" And a stage was built. So now
Phenomenal.
Electric Avenue would be our big venue. We can fit about 200 people in there. So it's all in the works. And obviously, I'm kind of delayed with everything I had planned because of the same thing as everyone else.
Crazy. But that's amazing stuff. Like, and like, what would be like the misconceptions you'd have about people would have about Waterford? Like, do you get any ridiculous stuff? Because you obviously talk to a lot of people, right? You know, as being an interviewee, and
A lot of the
anything pop out?
bands that would have like gigged in Waterford in the past or that would have been able to come here know that Waterford might not have the biggest attendance, but anyone who attends gigs in Waterford is incredibly passionate. Like my journey started 10 years ago. Similar format to what you're doing now. I ran a radio show online. So I had a webcam and I had the mic, and I used to play local music and I used to play further afield music. And that was for a record company I ended up working for accidentally called Ruby Music. So I would have been doing the radio show, and then I would have been let go from my job. And then the guy who ran Ruby Music was like, "Look, there's an internship there if you want it." So I was like, okay. So I took the internship and I fell in love with one of the bands that we were looking after, and that was Chimpanbee. So Chimpanbee are an incredible Waterford band. Their last gig actually was at the Waterford Busgate Live in December. So they ended their journey when I was just relaunching mine, and then they obviously relaunched as a brand new thing, which will play one of their tracks, Seven
Awesome.
Levels, you know. And so from that, then my boss would have went, "I heard this band and I think you'll love them." And he sent me another band, and that band was New Secret Weapon. So I heard New Secret Weapon Tea Party, and I literally did not stop listening to that song for about, I don't know, 10 years. And that was kind of when I realized my love level of music is so strong, and I'm just so passionate about it. And every few months a band will creep in there. So the most recent love was Thumper. Love them.
Oh, they're amazing.
And then
Yeah.
they're insane. And then this week I fell in love with Blackbird and Crow. So I've just been losing myself in them. So Waterford as a whole seems to be full of people that are full of magic and full of passion, who will happily go to gigs once there's really good gigs going on. It was just kind of having the venue, and there's so many passionate artists out there and so much high quality magic. It's just really hard for people to see it, I guess.
Yeah.
And if you're in Dublin, you're getting all the gigs you want. Why would you come down to Waterford? Because you don't really like understand that these people are so passionate about everything they see. And then I think that's part of the problem, is getting people maybe to do band exchanges or
Yeah.
getting feelers out there to try and get the scene to just kind of morph and change and to see more than just Dublin, but Ireland as a whole. There's so much magic, you know?
It's great. It's actually interesting you're saying that, because I haven't actually seen many of these band exchanges, which I think it would be an absolutely fantastic thing, because there is bands literally in every nook and cranny in Ireland. If you search, you will find a band somewhere, just like you'll find a bar, I suppose. So that's perhaps something we should think about, isn't it? So if any of the viewers have any ideas on how to sort of expand on this as well, or if you're a musician or artist, and you know, after this all blows over, I think there'll be a lot more creativity and a lot more action being taken, because of course being stuck indoors, you're only limited to so much action. So I mean, when this is over, it's just going to be action. Everyone's going to be starting doing things. So which I'm really looking forward to that. Do you want to introduce one of the artists today, and I can play a video for you? Or for our viewers.
Well, which one do you want to start with?
We can go with Seven Levels if you want.
Okay.
Do you want to give us a little plug about these guys? Tell us a little bit.
Absolutely. So Seven Levels, even have that in their press pack, are from the Forgotten City in Ireland. They make it a huge part of their journey, and it is. They're born of the ashes, obviously, of Chimpanbee, the first band I worked with almost a decade ago. They are a post-punk psychedelic band.
Awesome.
And as I said, they're kind of a super band, using other members to form this absolutely perfect beautiful band. Now, they had a bit of drama recently where Facebook pulled their video because they were smoking in it. So I'd urge anyone to watch the video on YouTube because it's absolutely perfect. It's just filmed so well. It's top class, the production values, everything about it. And if you listen carefully at the beginning of the song, you will see that there might be a bit of an Easter egg as to what's to come because they're going to be releasing a 4-track EP and this is simply the first single from them.
Brilliant. And do we have a release date for the EP as well, actually, or still waiting?
At the moment, everything's kind of in the air, isn't it? You know what I mean? So that was the first single, was launched 2 Fridays ago.
Brilliant. Okay, so 7 levels. And Did You Ever Really Listen to Yourself is the name of the song, correct?
Correct.
Absolutely fantastic. Here we go. Hopefully it'll run smoothly. Cool.
I was bred as an Englishman, but that is not what I am. Born belonging to a land, will not remember what it was. It has been ruled for many ages by many countries, many gods that are external and outside of me. These entities of love are present and all-knowing, but are very quick to judge me if I think outside the box. The only time they're happy is when I'm rubbing off the cock. Shot there's a lot more I could drop. But for the sake of progress, let's pretend that I've forgotten all those rotten things they've done. I followed all the orders, twats and kingdom I made come. This day, how can I escape? Of all the wrong I've done, the West is probably standing in my own way. This day, how can I escape? Of all the wrong I've done, the West is probably standing in my own way. Sat among the ashes, who the hell I will go? When a voice breaks through the noise and it says, well, and did you ever really listen to yourself? Return the flashes that have plagued my mental health. When a voice breaks through the noise and it says, tell them, listen to yourself. I paused the lens to gain some strength and think about what all this meant. And I realized that thinking tries to make some sense of what's as senseless as the rent. I used to know, but all mine went and put a dent in confidence. But ponder this, there's only now. And though she hates to, nature told me that she loves to up and down. This day, feel now I can shake. For all the right I do, it won't be true if it's the matter to ye. This day, I feel now I can shake. For
That was 7 levels. Did you ever really listen to yourself? And that's the first of our 4 Waterford bands of today. So I'm really looking forward to hearing the rest. That's fantastic. No, they are absolutely fantastic. Well done. That was a great first selection.
Yeah, no, there's something really, really special about those guys, and they just make my heart sing. And that song, it has this impact on me personally because it talks about self-growth and self-work. Like, do you ever realize that you're the one standing in your own way? Have you ever really listened to yourself and realized where you're coming from? If you listen to the lyrics properly, if you get to know Jer, he's the poet. Like, he has always written these hard-hitting lyrics that just completely, you can put yourself in them. They're kind of like avatar lyrics, if that makes sense. So whoever you are, at whatever stage in your life, whatever way he writes it isn't even what he's writing. It's like he's getting it from somewhere else and it's passing on a message that impacts everyone differently. It's always been the way with Jar.
Amazing. Well, that's absolutely phenomenal. And the fact that you know all that as well, behind the music as well, is just really interesting. So really well thought out band, music writing styles, 7 levels. And that's the first song. That's a single from their upcoming EP. We're going to await the rest of the EP as well. So that's amazing, guys. So yeah, let us know in the chat there what you think of the music so far. I think it's a no-brainer. I think it's absolutely phenomenal. If you have any questions for Rebecca as well, do write it in. Don't be shy. And do say hello as well when you pop in. Russell Hogg, great to see you, brother. Hope you're keeping well. Would love to get you on the show as well, man. So you have you played an instrument ever, Rebecca? Or have you ever been into like playing music? Because you love music so much. So what's the deal with
I used to play bass. I used to be in a punk band called Spilt Milk when I was 16.
Deadly. Okay.
We did one gig. I did one gig with the boys and then they went on to do their own thing. Bass wasn't really my instrument. So I'm trying to get back into music now. So I've invested in a steel drum. When that arrives, I'm hoping to at least throw myself back into music that way. It's kind of like, creative captivity. I'll try do my own thing, you know?
So a steel drum. So that's like the kind of Caribbean sort of, or am I thinking of it correctly?
You know, those ones that like kind of, you put them on your lap and they make the universal sounds and they've got like 8 different tongues on them. Tongue drums.
Is it the hang drum? Are they circular?
Yeah, kind of like that, but it's not
Right.
circular. It's more kind of, well, it's circular too, but it's not the big one. The hang drum is the big one. So it's a smaller one that fits on your lap.
Gotcha. And where are you ordering that from, actually, out of curiosity? I know it's such a random conversation now, but...
I think it's coming from Slovakia. It's been
Amazing.
handmade for me, and I didn't know when I was purchasing it that I'd have to pick what tone it would have to be in.
Oh, yeah.
So then I got the email 4 days late, and I was in a bit of a panic going, what's the tone of my soul? But when the lads got in touch and he said I should get C major, so I decided to go with that.
Awesome. Yeah, no, because there is a few great shops still out. But there's one notable one that's like the International Instrument Shop. I think it's like World Music, or I can't remember what it's called now. But they sell all those kind of interesting instruments. So it could be a good time for people to actually take upon something a little bit more, an instrument full stop, just to kind of heal yourself a little bit mentally and stay grounded and all that kind of stuff. Because there's nothing like playing some frequencies, right, to kind of put you in the right spot.
No, there isn't. It's so important. And actually, lots of the musicians around here are qualified teachers. So they're offering Zoom classes. So if anyone's considering doing music, now is the perfect time to lose yourself in a brand new hobby or give yourself that one chance for that thing you always dreamed of doing, but weren't brave enough to. There's also a great local music store in Waterford called John Palmer's, and they're offering delivery, so you can contact them. Obviously, I'm sure that sort of stuff's going on up your way as well.
Yeah, no, and you're totally right. Like, it is amazing. It's an amazing opportunity now to sort of learn an instrument with all this time. And of course, yeah, a lot of musicians are, certified, qualified teachers, and it's perfect timing for them to actually get a bit of appreciation and a bit of work as well, especially during times like these, I ordered a shaman drum, a rain stick, and like one of those 2 chimey bells, like to wake you up out of meditation, off Toman last week. So we're expecting that to sort of tie in with the rest of the daily routine that we have going on in the house. So Yeah, it's amazing. Like it's great stuff. A little bit.
Oh,
Not
no,
everybody,
the
not
healing
everybody will
sounds
get
of
it, but
music, you know.
it is phenomenal. Yeah. What's So I'll ask you a couple of. I have a couple of things. I wanted to ask you as well personally, as someone that's been involved in the music industry for such a long time, which is absolutely awesome. To get to chat to you, like, what's been sort of like a live band for you that sort of blew you away, and you're like, whoa, because you obviously seen a lot of, you're really well in tune with music. Is there anything notable that sort of, and I didn't steal this question from you, okay? I swear. You didn't ask me this one last time. Mine is phrased differently though.
No, you're fine. Like we're both upskilling, so we should be
Yeah.
stealing off each other constantly.
Absolutely. Yeah.
There's a few bands that stand out to me. I was blessed that I grew up in Switzerland, so I went to a lot of gigs. The Montreux Jazz Festival was a really important date in my parents' calendar, so we went to the Montreux Jazz Festival every single year. One of the most standout gigs for me personally was my 16th birthday. My parents brought me to see Bush. Now, in itself, the gig obviously was to see Bush, but the lineup is just something that you probably will never see in Ireland. So it started off with this Japanese guitar player who was doing his solo work. And he had a guitar and made it sound like there were 7 people on stage with him. I've still never, ever seen anything like that. And I wish I remembered his name because I'd assume he's doing magic right now. He literally bussed outside the organizer's house until he gave him a gig.
It's the way to do it.
Yeah, it's the only way to do it. So after him came on the Universal Soul Players. So they were this kind of super group that were formed with some of the Buena
Vista Social Club, is it?
them
Mhm.
and
Amazing
other
band.
people joined this super group, and they played. And then it was Joe Satriani. So I got to see Joe Satriani play guitar, and then Gavin Rosdale and all of Bush were on, and that was just mind frazzling.
Yeah, that sounds. I mean, Joe Satriani for me is just phenomenal. That sounds amazing. Yeah, wow. And when did you move to? Did you lived in France? No, Switzerland. What's the story? Tell us what's going on there.
Okay, so I was born in Waterford, and I am Waterford born and bred, but my
Okay.
parents got offers for jobs in Switzerland when I was 3 years old. So they both went to work in different branches in the UN, and I
wow.
would have went with them. So I would have been between Switzerland and France till I was 14. And then when I was 14, I was sent back to Ireland because I'm very dyslexic. And in Switzerland, unless your spelling is correct, you won't get into university. So my parents made the best decision they could make for me, which was to send me back to Ireland to live with my grandmother.
Wow. That's crazy. And then were you still able to, like, is it the same restrictions in Ireland as it is over in Switzerland regarding education and dyslexia?
Well, when I came back, I wasn't allowed to learn Irish, even though I can speak 5 languages, but they wouldn't let me do Irish because if you fail Irish, obviously you fail your leaving cert. I never knew how to read or write in English until the summer before I came to Ireland. So I had a lot of catching up to do. So that did affect me. I'm still petrified of writing to people and things. It really does leave a mark on me. But I do try push through that. Like, so lately I've been trying to post some of my poems, and I've been obviously having to send emails to bands to try get interviews, which is a little scary. But yeah, the other day I even read a French book online to try and get rid of that extra fear of that I'm convinced I can't read or write. Like, it's obviously just in my head because so many people told me growing up I'd never be able to. So doing different things to try and get through my own personal fears and continue my own personal growth.
That's awesome. Fair play to you. Like, you know, I know we touched on this before when you were giving me the interview, but like, you're right. I mean, it is a lot in the mind's programming, right? And what we've been sort of taught to believe about ourselves. Do you feel like there's like, is there any kind of advice? And like, fair play to you for like doing this kind of thing as a career, right? Because you are communicating with loads of musicians. Like, you were hosting a radio show, so you had to obviously write stuff down. You had to, accordingly, to whatever your research was or whatever your interviews were. So that's must have been a lot more difficult. for yourself, you know, that's something, you know, I would take for granted. Let's say something as easy as my brain being able to just, you know, used to reading or whatever. But is there any advice you'd have for people that are in like the similar circumstance, let's say with dyslexia? Like my younger brother has it, and you know, is there anything advice you can give to people that with dyslexia, let's say, and then maybe with any kind of mental restriction of any sorts? Is there anything you can give?
Well, the first thing I kind of discovered was actually a website. I can't remember the name of it, but it was sent on to me by one of the interviewees, actually. His name is Paul MacDonald. He's a famous sculptor and puppeteer in Ireland. And it's a website dedicated to famous dyslexic people.
Mm-hmm.
And it talks solely about famous dyslexic people. And actually, what makes us different is probably what makes us stronger in certain respects. So, like, I don't take for granted at all that I speak 5 languages. Like, that's not something everyone can do. My English and my French is undifferentiable. Like, you would not know I'm not French. Like, anyone who hears me speak French is just completely amazed by that fact. But I'm not French. I'm just really fortunate that I pick up languages very quickly. But I do obviously then have the downside that reading takes a lot out of me. Like, so it's very testing at the moment because my son wants me to read him books the whole time. And I'm able to do it, but it really, really drains me. Like, I get very tired from reading. There was a time where people were telling me, you know, if you read 20 minutes a day, that'll go away. It doesn't go away. I'm drained all the time. It's true, doing research and stuff, a lot of bands would send me like press packs and they would be heavy on the reading. And I'd be there going, can we do a pre-interview over the phone? Can you tell me this like in person? Because it's just easier for me. I'm just more of a person-facing person. I'm not really a ready person.
Gotcha.
But everyone should play with their strengths. So someone recently told me, instead of concentrating on what you can't do, concentrate on what you can do. And that left such a mark on me that I went, oh yeah. So I can't put on gigs. Maybe I can do interviews and give people a different platform, which is exactly where you're coming from with this. It's fascinating. You know what I mean? We're reinventing constantly. But if we keep focusing on the things we can't do, we're not getting anywhere because we're basically just putting up walls that are stopping us from advancing. Whereas at least with something like this or something I do, a Creative Cabin Fever, for instance, you're trying something different. I mean, worst case scenario, it doesn't work. You go back to the drawing board, you try something new. But I really think that what you're doing with the radio show, for instance, I love tuning in. Like now it's twice a week. I have an extra chance to listen to brand new music that I'd not have access to otherwise. And it's really interesting the way you introduce guests and you talk to people. Now you have the live acts on Saturdays. That's fantastic. But these are all things that if you were looking at the world the way most people look at the world, go, okay, I can't do anything. Well, you wouldn't be doing it. So you're already doing exactly what I'd recommend anyone in my situation should be doing. Instead of looking at the don'ts, at the can'ts, look at the cans and do's.
Yeah, awesome. That's great advice. I mean, I guess, yeah, it's this generation maybe now is sort of treated a little differently than before, I guess. You know, I've heard some stories, obviously, from my parents and people older, how they were like, you know, horrifically treated. You know, for their for things that, you know, whatever, for their weaknesses, I suppose, in education and things like that. So I like to think that it's changed a little bit. I think people are a lot more aware of you know, the fact that, you know, well, mental health, of course, you know, because that can really have such a horrible effect on people's self-esteem, right? But yeah, no, that's it. It's about going where the strengths lie and not focusing on the weaknesses if they can't be changed. You know, I'm sure there's a few weaknesses that can be sort of sorted out or ironed out, but not everything unfortunately can. We're blessed with different abilities, because then the world would be too boring, wouldn't it, if we were all the same?
Well, if we're all the same, absolutely.
Imagine.
Like the main reason I do what I do is to showcase other people's magic, because I genuinely believe every single person out there has a magic that's unique to theirs. And that's what I try to capture or bring to the surface in my interviews, because genuinely, there's no two people alike. There has never been two people alike. We're even more different than snowflakes. Like, snowflakes are boring in comparison to human beings. Human beings are fascinating. I learn so much more from an interaction with a person than I would from anything else, but that's the type of person I am. Some people out there would learn more from a book or would learn more from a documentary. Me personally, I love delving into people, getting to know them, understanding what makes them different. And that's kind of where we are with that. So yeah, of course, there are things we can work on as people, and we should always be striving for betterment. I don't think I'm ever going to be done with that journey till I'm dead. And I don't think anyone should ever be done with that journey till they're dead. But the things you can change for better, brilliant. And the things that are just part of who you are and what make you special and magic should be embraced, and maybe looking for the positives instead of anything negative.
Awesome, love it. What's let's bring on our next Waterford magical band. Let's our artist. Which one would you like to introduce?
Okay, so, well, do you know what? Let's go with Tig Williams, because he's something very, very different to the first band. He'll make things a little bit mellower for us.
That's great. You sent me two files. So there was a spoken word one, which was awesome, and then we have a song. Which one would you like me to play?
Well, do you know what? Let's go with the spoken word one, because you said it's awesome, and it is awesome. He's very special, and then we'll have two more musics anyway, so that's perfect.
Fantastic. Okay, let me just check. Does he has a Spotify as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's on Spotify. His latest single is called My Father's Cloud. Music video was done for that. Obviously, in the time of quarantine, it was a bit more complex to get it done, but he's able to pull it off. That boy can pull off anything, and he's so young. He just amazes me all the time. He's so driven, so young. He's so kind. I call him Waterford's sweetheart, because that's effectively what he is. He's just such a sweet guy. He's actually available. One of the interviews for Creative Cabin Fever was done with him last week as well.
Oh, great! So there's an interview up already with him, right?
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Okay, let me see if I can just grab him on Spotify as well. That's great. And is there many other people doing live interviews? Have you come across anybody else doing like the live radio shows or anything recently on Facebook?
No,
like that,
like
promote
you
music?
told me about a friend of yours who's doing live radio shows, all right. With regards to what I'm doing, nobody's really doing it. No, not that I could find anyway. And I kind of got in there pretty early. Like I started doing these about 7 weeks ago. So my back catalogue, I think we're up at 34 interviews now.
Yeah, so how many interviews do you do a week?
I used to do one every day. I've cut it down to 4 a week.
Wait, sorry, how many initially?
7 a minimum.
One a day. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I don't think I could do that many. Well, I mean, I do. Actually, I think I'm doing like 7 or 8 a week actually myself. Come to think of it. But it's all just crammed into 2 days.
Yeah, see, I don't have that luxury. Or like, it's not really a luxury, but at first I was doing them at night time in my house, and my house is very, very dark. So I was doing them kind of while my son slept. And that was kind of great. But then I'd be up till 1 o'clock in the morning. I'd go to bed and he'd have me up at the crack of dawn, which is 6 a.m. is our wake up time. And I was just exhausted. So the first 3 weeks, that's how I spent it. Now I'm sharing time with his dad. So the days I'm off mom duty, I'm on work duty.
Awesome. So The Village by Tig Williams. This is the spoken word one, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Perfect.
And that's about Waterford. It's really, really beautiful, actually.
Awesome. Yeah, no, it is great.
I throw on me leather boots and my favourite denim jacket, and I fix me hair so I look like somebody's child. I go outside and I close the door and I walk out onto my street. There's some banging middle class entitlement off of me, aren't I lucky? I'm walking down the road past the houses with the little mini water features in the front gardens, and the garage is so long it could fit a family of 4 into one. I look across and down the street and I think of Nellie Harrelin and Helen Finnegan. Nellie, who looked after me and had a massive bag of sweets every Halloween, and Helen is like an auntie to me. The kind of woman who make you a Sunday roast on a Tuesday at 3 o'clock, because she is the kindest of hearts. I'm tall enough now to see over the wall into the hurling pitch, and there's 5 young fellas down the far goal kicking a ball around. Imagine, kicking a football around the hurling pitch, the cheek. I was one of them once. I was Henrik Larsson, and that pitch was Celtic Park, where I played Man United and Liverpool, and I was absolutely shite, but sure look, none of us made it to Celtic Park in the end, so weren't we all? I walk on through the wind, I walk on through the rain, and I turn to my right and take a look at the old schoolhouse. Today it's a family's house with a little mini water feature in the front garden and an extension onto the side to make the porch look nice. And for once I stop and I take a proper look. And I can see the ghosts of kids with their heads hanging low, wearing shoes with no soles and scars on their hands and in their faces. Fear. Boys in one room, girls in the other, because God forbid they be educated together. They don't need any distractions. They need a good Catholic education. And why do I say that? Because running down along the side of this devil-era schoolhouse is a driveway, a pathway, a walkway of shame, of guilt, of public blame to the old parochial house, lined on either side with flowers of all kinds. Some look like those little bishop's hats. Sure, the look and the smell covers up what happens inside. I see ghosts again. Just 2 this time. A young girl holding her stomach, and I feel sick for her. A tall caved figure with a white collar glides along behind her, and I know what will happen to that child. Both of them. Where do you think they got the term white collar crime from? I shake myself out of that distraction and I walk on down the road and I wait for the bus, one every hour on the hour. Aren't I lucky? As I wait again, I look around the church where I was educated in how to be a proper Irishman, sandwiched between 2 pubs, one of which I've never entered because you're either a Stapleton's man or a Lyons' man, and God forbid you be both. And it was in Stapleton's I learned to be a proper Irish man. The old parish hall with the caved-in roof where I went to play school, and the new parish hall where I went to youth club until the priest shut it down to set up a youth prayer group that nobody joined. Despite the fact modern times have caught up with us by the time the bus arrives, I greet the driver, the grumpy Englishman, with the same "How you, John?" as 1,000 times before, hand him my money and he drives on. As we leave the village, I glance at my primary school out the window where I hear the echoes of the names I was called by my classmates, and they are drowned out by my tears. And I have a flashback of my 5th class teacher. I know those nicknames I earned because I couldn't hurl. I throw my eyes away and out the other window to distract myself from those echoes when I see the new parochial house. It watches over that school like a cloak wrapped around the conscience of Irish children, shaping it from the get-go. Some tear themselves free. I did. I ripped the cloak away from me and ran towards that bus as fast as I could, and despite the wind and the rain, I never wore a hood. My dreams were tossed and blown, but I kept an open mind, as did my parents in what was an impossible time. The grumpy Englishman transports me from 1950s Fianna Fáil Ireland to a land of promise and excitement, if you could call it that. The city gave me an actual ability to write this poem. I was raised in a village but reared in the city because it was there that I found my people, my tribe, those who nurtured me. The city doesn't just have an open mind, it has an open heart, a graw for all and for talent and for the provisions of its enhancement. It accepts the outsiders, the insiders, the left-siders, the north-siders, and all the sides which are still to be discovered. But the city wouldn't do a Sunday roast for you on a Sunday unless it got paid. It has an unforgiving nature that is laid out for all to see and experience and survive. The village, although quieter, is kinder and peaceful. With people who raise me to smile at a passerby and appreciate the simpler things in life. The only real difference between the village and the city is their mentality. One is open and unforgiving, the other is exclusive but gives you a proper sense of community living. So I step off the bus and I say, "Thanks John, best of luck," and today he replies with a simple "See ya." And I walk on up the town with hope in my heart. And I know that whether I walk in the village or the city, I'll never walk alone because I can consider both my home. It takes a village to rear a child, but it takes a city to know.
Amazing. That was Tig Williams with The Village. And how can people find that piece, actually? Because it's not on Spotify, right?
Yeah, I don't know when that piece is going to be released or if it's ever going to be released. I will definitely ask him and I'll send you on that information. So The Village is about the village where he grew up, which is Sleevrue, which is just a little bit outside of Waterford. It's funny because in that he mentions Helen next door being like a second mom to him, and she's actually my best friend's mom, and she was also a second mom to me. So I would have met Tig when he was a toddler running into the house in Sleevrue when I was over there for sleepovers.
Amazing.
Which is fascinating because we've only re-met like in adulthood now, you know. So yeah, I'll definitely find out for you where that is. There's a big spoken word scene in Waterford. There is a festival called Mod Words that happens every year. Actually tomorrow night, I believe Waterford's going to have its own leg of Word Poetry Day. So we're going to have live videos and different poets from all over the world joining in for World Poetry Day. There's a huge scene of spoken word artists and poets and just artists of all sorts you wouldn't even know because it's Waterford.
And isn't that crazy? Like, you know, for me, had I not spoken to you, I wouldn't have known. It's just, I guess it's difficult as well to sort of like, well, you just wouldn't even assume it. You know, you wouldn't assume that like a city would, outside of Dublin, you know, we know kind of Galway, Cork is kind of the familiar go-to secondary sort of cities, right? But Waterford you wouldn't put really on the map mentally as a sort of musical and art-driven place. You were saying it's confused as a town, right? But it's a city, you call it, right?
It's a city. It's definitely a city.
Yeah, so there you go. That's amazing. So I'm delighted you're on the show to showcase a bit of this. I do see a couple of musicians as well in viewing this. So good to see you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Niamh Dooley, good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. Would love to have you on the show, Niamh, by the way. Brew, I want to rock Waterford. So there you go, Brew. I don't know if you've met Brew yet. Have you met Brew?
I haven't met Brew yet. Nice to meet you.
You want to meet Brew, I'll tell you that. So Brew's doing a show after me today, and he's a phenomenal, he's just a great person, great musician as well. So, but he would love the Waterford music scene, and I think it'd be lovely, yeah, to sort out some sort of an exchange, to sort of, just to expand our sort of knowledge and mind with regard to how many amazing artists are sort of left unknown to like there's just so many artists, right, in Ireland.
Yeah, but I mean, all it takes is one person to fall in love with a band to change that band's entire world, right? If you are able to hear music that connects with your soul, like you've impacted someone's life forever, whatever way that goes. So with ideas such as exchanges or even the way we're still networking in a time of downtime, like that's pretty powerful stuff. You know what I mean? We didn't know each other 2 weeks ago. Now we have all these ideas that we bounce off each other. We help each other upskill. We have each other on each other's show. I send you bands, you know, it's just beautiful. Same with Claire, like from meeting her, I've had different connections. So we're managing to stay alive in the industry when nothing else is really going on. And that's pretty impressive.
It's crazy. I kind of like when I'm doing these shows, I forget at times that there's a quarantine happening out there, because this is really fueling kind of what I was doing outside of this, right? To an extent, all I'm missing is sort of the live performance aspect, which I can pretty much, you know, survive maybe a few more weeks without. I don't know, we'll see when I
don't
go
know,
crazy.
like music is my life. Like this is the longest I've been without gigs in a very long time, you know, so it's just it's crazy. Like it's crazy, like that energy that you get at a gig.
Yeah.
Like the way a performer gives you their energy in exchange for your energy, all of that, like even just the power of the movement of dancing and losing yourself to music, like these are all things I miss. Like bedroom dancing is cool and all, but it's just not the same.
It's not the same if nobody's watching you. Tell me, so let's move on to, can you please introduce us actually the next Waterford, because I'm sure people, you know, want to really listen to more music coming from Waterford. So
well, I hope so. So the next artist is very special to me. He's a good friend. He's a jazz musician and a hip hop artist, and this is some of his solo work. So he's incredible. As I said, he's in the process of forming a supergroup to kind of emphasize his particular magic, which I think is incredible. I sent you 2 of his songs today and you thought one of them was just beautiful, but I think we're going to go with another one, which is called Bop With You. This is Cappuccini. So he's very, very special to me, and he's very, very special in Waterford. People with his talent are pretty rare. He's just got this natural, innate ability to just create music that just appeals to everyone. It's not in your face. It's very gentle. It's very chill. It's very mellow. It's all these beautiful elements. And I would highly recommend that everyone goes and listens to him. His most famous song, I guess, is The World Needs More People Like You, which the message in that like can be interpreted several ways. It could just be about a girl he's talking about, and sure, in it he talks about a girl, but I like to see it as a song that's about every single one of us and our particular brand of magic, because the world does need more people like us. Like every single one of us is so special. So Cappuccini, take it away.
Awesome. So this is the song, this is The World Needs More People Like You, right?
Yeah, you can
We
put
go
that
for
one
that
up.
one?
Yeah, go on then.
Okay, let me see if I can load this up.
have a feeling, and I feel it's quite true. I think the people of the world need more people like you. I could be wrong, but I can see it's quite true. I think the world needs more people like you. You know I tell the truth and all, so how could I not keep saying you're beautiful? But you only F with fellas that are 2 foot taller than you. But I do not care as I watch you undo your hair, looking over with the cutest stare I've seen in my life. I have a feeling, and I feel it's quite true. I think the people of the world need more people like you. I could be wrong, but I can see it's quite true. I think the world needs more people like you. You know I keeps it real and that, but I only keeps it going if you're feeling that. And if not, I guess I need some practice at this spin the needle back. Throw everything to the wayside for that waistline, and no coming down, can we stay high? Gaze eye to them glazed eyes, mesmerized since the day I said I love her all over the time. Longing to press rewind on the seconds that have gone by since I got this feeling, and I feel it's quite true. I think the people of the world need more people like you. I could be wrong, but I can see it's quite true. I think the world needs more people like you. You know I be straight up with you, that I find it very easy to adjust to you. And whether or not you feel the same way, I still dug you, and I dig you, and I love you, and I will do for a long time. Oh, but you know little too much about what I do, and you could get me in trouble. Oh, but it's worth all the risk for a smirk and a kiss, and the burn that exists can't be extinguished. No, no, I'm feeling that I feel it's quite true. I think the people of the world need more people like you. I could be wrong, but I can see it's quite true. I think the world needs more people like you. I think the world needs more people like you.
Absolutely awesome. That was Cal Pacino. The world needs more people like you. What is it with, like, you know, Waterford artists that are just like really, really deep and just writing really good stuff? Are they all like this?
All the good ones are, but I think that's true of music in general. Like, unfortunately, the soul often gets overlooked, right? Like the true soul artists who are brave enough to bear it to the world, they get overlooked because people aren't willing to put in the self-work that allows you to grow to a point where you understand it, maybe. So it's often lost upon pop. Like,
Yeah.
I love pop music, don't get me wrong, but it's more of my junk food. Like, I want music that feeds my soul. So I think places like Waterford probably have a richer tapestry of these type of artists because of Great Depressions, you know what I mean? I'd associate a lot of that personally with big industrial villages or towns that lost loads of money, like everything closed down, all the factories closed down, everything like that. So there was a big depression. And then people had to kind of either grow with it or grow bitter. You know, it's the go better or go bitter road. So a lot of poetry comes from dark times. A lot of beautiful messages come from dark times, and you kind of need that. And I think maybe that's where the depth comes from. It's all very poetic, it's all very uplifting, but yeah, there is a sadness in there and there's a darkness in there, and it's just all the more powerful for that reason.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely amazing, and I've really enjoyed the artist you've presented today. So thanks so much. We have one more anyway before, obviously, so don't worry, I didn't forget. We have one more left. So guys, yeah, listening in or watching in even, do let us know what you think. We're playing strictly Waterford artists at the moment. So, you know, this is
That was
giving
my
me...
one request. I was like, yeah, I'll do your show. I'll put myself completely out of my comfort zone. I'll get questions thrown at me, but have to be able to showcase Waterford.
Yeah, no deal. Like and I think it turned out really well. I think maybe this could be an idea where, should I be giving away my ideas too soon? Where, you know, I showcase every county in Ireland, you know, once a week.
I
That
think
would
you
be
should.
interesting. Yeah.
I really think you should. Like, I'm trying to reach out from artists from all over with Creative Cabin Fever. And I have a few really interesting ones coming up, and they're definitely not in Waterford, you know. Like, this is our chance to kind of keep the industry alive in our own respective ways. So what you're doing with the radio show is brilliant because you're giving people a chance to get to know a bit more about the artist. A lot of the time you hear a song from someone and you don't really question what's their motivation, where does it come from, why are they writing this way? And you get to know very little about the artist. And what I'm trying to do is encompass their magic and show the world through interview form. This is what makes this person different. So we're kind of giving the world a glimpse to a different side of artists that probably wasn't needed before, because before you just had the music, you just had the gigs, and now we're allowing there to be an extra platform. I think that's a great idea. I think you should definitely reach out to like places like Galway, Cork, Limerick. If you need any contacts, I'd be happy enough to send you on to some great bands, you know.
Yeah, I think that'd be awesome. It feels like a good idea, especially after listening to such amazing music right now that you're presenting to me. I mean, it's just such a shame if I wasn't able to hear this stuff, you know, and other people as well tuning in. And I do not want to stay strictly, you know, Dublin music, because it's Irish music and honestly world music ultimately. I just don't want to get duped for copyright, so I do need the allowance of the artist to play it, I believe, anyway. I think that's how it works, right? I'm not too sure how this all...
No, certainly. Like, I'm incredibly grateful that you're allowing me to use this platform to showcase Waterford, because it's something that I'm so passionate about. Like, I would not do the job I do if it wasn't because I'm purely driven by passion. Like, to me, Waterford is just the most magical place on earth. I'm bound to it. Anytime I try leave, it goes awry. So I know my mission is there.
Amazing. And you're not paid to say that either.
No, by nobody. If you know any way to make me some money in these downtimes, I'll take it. Single mother, struggling.
Oh, there we go. There we go. The ad has been placed on Facebook Live. So guys, Brew, transmission frozen. I hope the transmission has unfrozen itself. It might have sometimes... we do get a little bit of a... I think my internet's doing pretty well, actually. I ordered in a lot of high-tech gadgets to sort of make this a flawless experience, and I think it's going pretty well. Davey Kerrigan, thank you for tuning in and watching us. Great. No, absolutely awesome. I mean, we could chat for ages about music and a lot of other stuff. Do you want to...
present the last band so you can leave me and move on to the next guest? Yes, I would love to.
Words out of my mouth.
It's funny when someone does that when you're interviewing them, right?
Well, did I do that to you? Did I?
Yeah, you did. You took complete control, and that's really rare. People are not usually able to like steer things away. You did great, though.
Well, I was like, I didn't know what to do because usually I am in control. So when somebody, like when you took it there, I was just kind of like, oh, I don't know what to do now. So for a brief moment in time, right? It's like a split second. So it's funny how that works. But it was nice to do something different. Like I don't think I could watch that interview again, to be honest. I felt really like I'd cringe. I'd watch this again, no problem. I wouldn't cringe. I'd enjoy myself. But being interviewed is a different shtick altogether, right? I don't know. You're doing great though.
I don't know. I'm actually quite nervous, like, but we're getting there. It's completely different for me. Like, this is the same as what you went through. Like, this is completely different. Like, I've only ever had 2 other people interview me. So, like, a few months back, I was running this event called Latvian DJ Day, and I went on WLRFM, which is like Waterford's local radio, and someone was interviewing me. And then last week, I was obviously on News Talk, which was just a surreal experience. But yeah, so this is my 3rd time someone else is actually effectively interviewing me. It's a little bit different.
Amazing. No, you're doing great, and it's always that little extra weird. You do forget it's live, I guess, which is good. You know what I mean? It's always that kind of precursor to it. That's a little bit kind of like I'd always get nervous before the actual when I press stream, and then there's like 5 minutes before it actually goes live, my heart rate increases like exponentially. But then when I start talking, it relaxes. So it's interesting how that sort of works out, especially if I'm in control, which is, okay, this situation, it's no bother. Mick Joyce wrote, Viking City is cool in lots of ways, including Metal Man Beer. So there we go.
That is correct. Metal Man Beer is beautiful, and they were our sponsors for a while. We actually had our own Viking promotion, Metal Man Beer cans and everything. It was pretty cool.
There you go. I have yet to try that beer, so that's amazing. Thanks for the input there, Mick. Mick is actually a fantastic musician as well. He's in a band called Mick and the Sonic Gypsies, and they're definitely a band to listen to as well. So Mick, I'd love to have you on the show as well. So yeah, without further ado, give us the last Waterford band. Tell us a little bit about them.
Okay, so the last Waterford band are called Toucan, and I would be incredibly surprised if you guys have not accidentally heard them somewhere in the past, because they've been all over the radio, all over the media. They're used for a bunch of ads. Yesterday, a fan art video went up, actually. It's not the song we're playing today, but one of their songs called Gold sounds a lot like it should be a Bond theme song. So this guy supercut all the Bond themes together to make Toucan be the new Bond theme song. And I was like, yeah, I'm good with that, but can we use me as a Bond girl? Because that's always been a dream of mine. It's like the Waterford Bond edition.
Amazing.
Yeah, so Toucan, Conor Clancy pretty much is the head honcho for that, and it's also another super band with loads of really talented musicians from all around. Like the keyboard player Killian Brown, he's just one of the most talented pianists I've ever come across in my entire life. He is just magic personified. He's also in another band called Backroad Smokers from Waterford. They are about to launch a new single on the 1st of May. I would definitely recommend anyone listen to them. They're kind of a funk soul thing, but for right now we're gonna go with Toucan. Yeah, he used to be a playwright. He's now a songwriter. It's really interesting to watch someone progress in the different forms and stages of writing, and he's obviously really slaying it. Connor is an absolute sweetheart. So Toucan, go for it.
Awesome. Which song are we playing?
Which one did you want to play?
Well, recommend. So they've, because I'm on their Spotify, so I can either Spotify it or I can play the tune that you sent me, which is Bop With You, is it?
No, that was Cal. So go with Toucan's Spotify.
Oh, Wonderful Way. Sorry.
That's the one.
That's the one. Okay, perfect. Oh yeah, I heard this one. Yeah, this is great.
Set me on fire in your wonderful way, darling. You make adventures out of drying paint. You make adventures out of drying paint. Open an atlas, pick a point on the map that you want to set your feet down so they touch the soil. To set your feet down so they touch the soil. No matter what happens, darling, we're laughing sweeter than the sap in a maple tree. sending my heart tumbling more than would be in a washing machine. Set me on fire in your wonderful way, darling. You make adventures out of drying paint. You make adventures out of drying paint. Set me on fire in your wonderful way, darling. Your smile's infectious and I feel inflamed. Your smile's infectious and I feel inflamed. Dear, there's this heat that you've got, and it makes me think that just by swimming in some water you could bring it to boil. Swimming in some water you could bring it to boil. And oh my, this phosphorus and furnace fueling our desire. And oh my, how pleasant to be burning if you're the fire. If you're the fire. If you're the fire. No matter what happens, darling, we're laughing, sweeter than the sap in a maple tree. Just be with you is sending my heart tumbling more than would be in a washing machine. Set me on fire in your wonderful way, darling. You make adventures out of drying pain. You make adventures out of drying pain. Set me on fire in your wonderful way. 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 Set me on fire in your wonderful way.
We could keep going with Toucan. Absolutely awesome. I think we disconnected from live. I'm just going to triple check and see if we did. Your live video was stopped because it may contain music that belongs to someone else. Well, duh. It's grand.
Oh wow.
It's actually grand. I hope it's it lets me still use this, because this was a really good show.
Yeah, I'd say it will though,
Well, yeah,
because
yeah.
we were given the permission anyway. So
Yeah, Facebook, we have permission to use this music, so fuck off.
yep.
Well, do you know what? It's all recorded anyway. I'm still recording it personally, so that's grand. I can always I'll be uploading it onto YouTube and some better websites that aren't so sensitive to this kind of thing. So yeah, just give me a sec while I relaunch this onto Facebook. That's okay. So anyway, that's I love that song. I think that's so good. That's such a good vibe.
Yeah, Toucan are amazing. Connor Clancy is a bit of a genius. Like he's so interesting. Like he was one of the interviews I did as well on Creative Cabin Fever. So his interview's up. Yeah, I've been really lucky. Like, and it's so nice of you to give me a chance to show everyone what Waterford is like. You know, because it's true. It just gets overlooked the whole time, and it shouldn't be. It's magic.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And no, thanks for coming on and sharing the magic. You know, it's great that you do this as well. Like, it's artists need this, you know, need someone to appreciate and be passionate about culture beyond music, even, you know what I mean? Just culture, really. Because this is all embedded into the Irish culture as well, isn't it? This songwriting, spoken words. I mean, it's centuries, if not millennia old, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's so important and so powerful. Like, we come from great creators, you know, a lot of mysticism in our blood. Like, we are just made of magic. Like, so it makes complete sense that kind of the voice of our time would be represented so vastly all around the country, all around the country. There are amazing acts all around our country.
Yeah, it's actually crazy how many there are.
We were talking about it with Roddy Clear on his interview. Like, Roddy obviously has over 40 years of radio presenting behind him, and he always says it's just whatever way Ireland is, we have the higher quality. Like, we have it all here. It just very seldom gets picked up on.
Internationally.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, in Ireland itself, you can be a superstar, and that's cool. Like, but
Yeah, I wonder what it is actually, because I'm obviously not at that sort of level of it in an original musical standpoint. You know, for me, I'm focusing a lot on covers. Sorry, I'm just trying to do this while we're chatting.
I'm okay with us keeping chatting, because either way, you know, it's being recorded. So
yeah, absolutely.
take your time.
So yeah, so for me, like to be in the mind frame of, you know, trying to get past that sort of barrier to entry, to sort of record label-esque entry, to, you know, touring entry, to that kind of stuff is beyond me. You know, that's beyond my mental scope of understanding, because I don't do that. You know, for me, it's ticket sale gigs. That's essentially where my focus is at the moment, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Along with other stuff, along with original artist promotion and things like that. But as a musician, you know, me, it's ticketed stuff. So yeah, I wonder what it is like preventing our Irish artists from sort of moving past that into the international sort of realm. I don't know if you know anything about, have an idea.
I don't know what it is either. I do know that a lot of bands, like historically, a lot of bands I would have known from Waterford in the past, that they'd had to leave Waterford. So like you have O Emperor, they only kind of started to hit really, really big when they moved to Cork. Okay, but they are all Waterford. Like when I was 14, I used to be going out with their lead singer. The band used to be called Troubadour at the time. You know, it was a completely different thing. So I would have been able to see them from 14 onwards grow and watch how magical they would become. They were one of the biggest Irish acts, you know. Then you had other bands like Gorbachev and things like that. They moved to Liverpool and they were doing really, really great stuff over there. But again, it was a question of moving. Now, my favorite band of all time is Bush. And obviously Bush are from England, and no one really knows Bush are from England. But the only time that Bush were even able to break it is when they moved to America on a record deal. And that's when they became incredibly famous. So a lot of people really take that for granted as well. So I'm not really sure what it is that stops Irish bands from being as mega super duper as they could be. You have the few exceptions, obviously, like Bono and U2 and all that, which is great to see. And you've got Sinead O'Connor, super duper famous. But as a rule, we don't really make it out of Ireland. Like,
yeah, it's interesting how that works. And I've definitely heard of bands, yeah, that would, they're hard-working bands, and they would have to leave Ireland for them to really get to that next level. They'd go to the States, where they just blow up within a couple of months, you know, or within a year, and that they would not have
size
achieved
must come
that.
into it as well. Okay, size must come into it, because like you're looking at the population. Ireland just doesn't have the population to fill your needs for Spotify hits. Okay, whereas if you move to America and you visit 5 big cities and you even resonate with 10% of the population, you've already got your hits super up high, you know. So that probably does affect it. Like,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's a tough one. Like, I really don't know what the big difference other than the population, because it's definitely not a lack of talent. Like, there are so many incredible bands out there at the moment. Like, my new big love is obviously Blackbird and Crow. Like, I'm actually obsessed. Like, I've done nothing but listen to them for 5 days. Like, they're incredible. And like, the thing I like best about that particular band, not just the subject matter and like how bluesy and witchy it is, but it's actually the fact that she has no problem whatsoever using her accent. Like, she is fearless in the fact that she will sing with her Irish accent. And I think that's incredible, because it adds this completely different dimension to the music. It allows for things to just be so natural and Irish, because there was this whole phase there where Irish bands could make it big if they had like an English accent or an American accent. But then you're taking away from the essential magic that is within us. Like, you're taking away from our heritage, you're taking away from our passion and our magic. So that to me was a bit shameful. But like, I love that about her. I just think it's incredible that anyone would be brave enough to do that, I guess, in this day and age, maybe. I'm not even sure it's brave. It's probably the thing that makes them stand out to me. So that's what makes them magic to me. But it might be the thing that makes them magic to other people as well. It's very hard to really gauge and decide, you know?
Sure. Yeah, yeah. Well, no, it's good that that's sort of changed a little bit. That there's not. It's like people are more. I don't know. Is it open-minded or to an extent? I don't know. The music industry is a tricky one. It's something that I still don't fully understand as a, you know, on an international, global sort of level, on how, let's say, you know, these pop tunes are just keep being sort of churned out, and some of them I'm enjoying. You know, let's say, you know, of course, there's nothing wrong with that. But if that's kind of what the majority focus is, it's a shame. You know, there should be sort of a balanced focus on multiple genres, right, and different types of music from different countries, because now everything is globalized, right? Everything is sort of so interconnected. It doesn't matter if you're from a tiny little island in the South Pacific, you know, making music. You could technically, you know, become famous or become well known. So it's a really tricky sort of sitch. I don't really know, and it's obviously controlled by, you know, these big labels, you know, these massive labels that decide who gets through. And that seemed to have not changed too much, right? Like, I mean, it's changed in different ways, but there's still always a hierarchy, right, that makes this decision, which is quite unfortunate, you know?
Yeah, there's two really interesting points I wanted to bring up with what you're just saying there. Like in the Tyg Williams interview, he brought up this really important fact I thought is like, in France, there's a law that prohibits you from playing anything more than 20% English spoken tracks, right? So if in Ireland we had a law that said, because like the quality's out there, there's Irish made pop, there's Irish made hip hop, there's Irish made everything, and it's of high quality standard. It's not like we need to go to America or England to get the high quality. It's here, like it's within our midst. So if we were a bit more nationalistic about the music we allowed played on the radio, because effectively the music to the wild masses will be on the radio. So if we were a bit more nationalistic, we would give Irish bands a platform that they would actually be in everyone's ear. Therefore, they would make it massive. Okay, so that to me is a really big thing. Like if I was on like a national radio station, I would ensure to play Irish as much as possible because there's so much out there. Like the quality is just there. And the second thing you said, obviously, which really resonated with me in this particular moment in time, is there is no reason why someone from Sao Paulo can't make it big in the Philippines, for instance. And like, I don't know if you watched Searching for Sugar Man, for instance. If you look at that man, like it's a documentary about this guy called Rodriguez, and he basically made this album and it was very, very, very poorly received, or it just didn't make it at the right time. It was kind of like before its time. It's incredible. You should absolutely look up that documentary because it's life-changing, and you should also listen to the music of that man. Okay, but he became really, really famous in South Africa during the apartheid because he was the voice of the apartheid over there. So he went his whole life thinking that he had achieved nothing until one day someone found him in a country where he was a mega duper superstar, where they believed he'd been shot at one of his gigs and was dead, and flew him over for a gig that was just bigger than anything he ever could have imagined. And it turned out what had happened was the guy who had all his recordings basically defrauded him out of his royalties and made an absolute mint off him without him ever knowing he was a superstar in a foreign country. And it's an incredible story. Like, it's just beautiful. And Searching for Sugarman is the name of that documentary. It's also the name of the album. My son actually came out while I was in labor to a song off that album called I Wonder. It's incredible. But yeah, there's nothing stopping us now. And I guess we're kind of more protected as well. Like things like that don't happen anymore. You know what I mean? If you get discovered in Australia, people are going to know about it within a few days. Whereas back in the day when this happened, like there was nothing protecting him. Like he lost out on a ton because he trusted the wrong guy, which can happen a lot in the music industry as well. It's full of sharks. You know, you have to be super careful with who you trust and what you allow to happen. So I don't know. But yeah, of course, anything is possible. And especially with platforms like this. Like I had a guy from Wisconsin message me yesterday telling me that I was after changing his whole entire week. Like that's bizarre to me. Like this little girl from Waterford, like who am I? And I'm after improving your week when you're in lockdown. Jeez, that is absolutely not what I expected my week to go like, you know.
It's
So
amazing. That's great. And it's great receiving messages like that as well, just to kind of remind you how much of an impact you can make without even realizing, right? By just doing what you want to do, right? What naturally comes to you. I'd love to chat to you more. We could chat for ages. There's loads of other things that I have, like loads of questions. I told you I had like usually 15, 16 questions. I couldn't ask them all for you. I think we've been chatting for about an hour, which is great. We got to know a little bit about Waterford. We got to know a little bit about yourself. And we had a little bit of a chat about like the music industry and a little bit of philosophy and psychology embedded in there as well, which is really cool. I'd love to have you back on the show, and even we could maybe collaborate or something, maybe through Viking Promotions and deMars Entertainment could do something. I'm always up for collabing with people. I think there's a lot we could actually do and sort of tie in some of the stuff we're doing. But yeah, guys, so we did disconnect there because Facebook didn't like us playing original local artists, unfortunately, because they're not getting anything out of it. So yeah, they disconnected me. But we're back with part 2 here, and we're going to have the full thing anyway. You missed a little bit of our conversation while we got disconnected, but you'll be able to find that later on YouTube. I've been chatting to Rebecca Cappuccini for the past hour, and we've been listening to some great music, and we're having some great chats. You can find her through, it's Viking Promotions, right? Because I always get mixed
Viking
up
Promotions,
about
yeah.
these ones. There's productions, promotions, there's entertainment, there's events, there's all these luxury words to accompany a company name. So accompaniment words, so they get confusing after. So yeah, Viking Promotions. And also Cabin Fever is a show that you host through Viking Promotions, right? So you interview people. You interviewed me 2 weeks ago, and you've interviewed already a couple of the artists that have been played already today that you gave us, and you'll be interviewing a lot more and a lot of really interesting people actually. So I got to know a couple of interesting artists as well through the Cabin Fever interviews. So definitely check them out, guys. Rebecca, thanks so much. Would you like to close off on anything before I let you go?
Oh, just say thank you so much for letting me showcase Waterford, because it's true. It's kind of like what I'm here to do. I want to show everyone what we have. And if anyone wants to reach out to do a creative Cabin Fever, just get in touch with Viking Promotions. I'm kind of booked up solid for the next 3 weeks, but we'll get there.
That's great. Well done on being pre-booked. And an absolute pleasure chatting to you. We'll do this again very soon. What days? Have a fantastic Wednesday. Thanks so much for tuning in. Rebecca Cappuccini, guys. There you go. What a fantastic chat. Thanks so much. Chat to you soon. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Well, there you go. What an awesome chat we had there. Just want to check if everything is working all right. My eyes, I need maybe another set of eyes here would be ideal. Maybe like 1/3 eye would be ideal if I could activate that eventually, just to help me watch everything that's going on, because there's so much to pay attention to while doing these live streams. I've been enjoying the chat so far. I think the guests today were absolutely phenomenal. Let me know what you guys thought. Thanks for retuning back in, guys. Reza Rashidi, thanks for coming back in, man. We disconnected there a little bit. Tracy Moore, thanks for coming back in. Astot, thanks so much, man, for tuning back in. Would love to have you on the show, by the way, man. Another amazing musician. And Davey Kerrigan. We've got Joe Fitzgerald as well. And Lindsay, thank you so much, Lindsay, as well, for continually and consistently tuning in to the show. So thank you so much. I really appreciate your support. That's awesome. Let me know as well what you think of the show, guys. It would be lovely to hear a bit of your feedback. I'm totally up for continually improving this for the benefit of the musicians and guests and yourselves watching at home. Look, I even made a deMars kind of logo there and sort of made everything look a little bit straight. All for you guys. All for you. Thanks so much for staying tuned. We have one more guest, so I can't believe we already flew in. It's been 3 hours and 20 minutes. I don't know how fast this just feels like this. It flies by so fast. never get to ask all the questions that I'd like to ask on these shows. I always have to cut them short. So what a amazing variety of guests today, though. Everyone was so different and had something different to talk about and offer. So I really enjoyed. I'm enjoying it so far. So yeah, let's introduce my next and last guest. So I do apologize. I'm running a little bit late, and I think that's going to be a weekly habit, I suppose, until I figure out how to time manage. Giuliano Dmitrij Dee, what is the story, man? Good to see you watching me. Thanks so much for tuning in. As well, another fantastic artist that I would recommend you check out. Giuliano Dmitrij, good to see you, brother. So my final guest is also known as Crash Fader D, Dmitrij Dee, originally from Latvia, and he's a DJ and hip hop producer. So he started DJing in 1998. He started collecting vinyls and mixing electronic music, drum and bass, electro, big beat and breaks. And he's played a lot of rave parties and open airs, such as Kazan Tip, which was in 2005. So he started doing all this kind of stuff. He had a huge influence, or the second wave of hip hop and breakdance had a huge influence on him. And he took part in a lot of breaking festivals and jams in a lot of different countries. There's a huge list there. And he'd done a lot of scratch battles and a load of different collaborations and projects, which there's just so many of them. It's an absolute amazing resume that he has there. So we'll have a little bit of a chat and we'll get to know a music scene that, to be honest, I'm not very familiar with. You know, for me, hip hop and DJing is not a very known sector for me in the music industry. So I'll tell you just a quick backstory, Dee. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting there. I know you've been waiting for a while, so I do appreciate it. But we met randomly when I set up the Beastie Boys tribute act. And I was looking for a mixmaster Mike to do the scratching and all the kind of the music for us. So he reached out and he got hired straight away. He's just absolutely blew me away. He was phenomenal. And just a really nice down to earth guy as well. So I knew it would be a pleasure to work with. But unfortunately, our gig was meant to be on the 30th of May. And of course, it was cancelled along with everything else. So without further ado, please welcome, send in your love hearts to Dmitrij Dee. What's the story, man? How's it going, brother?
Fine, my friend. How are you?
Great, yeah, really good, man. Had a great bunch of guests so far, and I apologize for being a little bit delayed.
I'm okay, man. You know, nothing to do in that situation, to be honest. I'm staying at home, like, you know.
I appreciate that, man. That's really cool. Can you tilt your camera by any chance? Because you're sideways there.
That way is gonna be.
Oh, whatever. Well, whatever's easiest for you, man.
Yeah, but I have to keep the phone, like, you know.
Can you put a auto rotate on your phone, right? You know, there's an option possibly on that. It helps. It makes your screen rotate. You might have that turned off.
All right, so I'll try.
give it a shot, but it's no problem. Whatever suits you best.
Is it better now?
Yeah, man. That's it, brother. So listen, I gave you an introduction there, man, and I don't think it was a justifiable introduction for what you have done. Could you tell the viewers a little bit about yourself and sort of how you got into DJing and some like notable gigs and stuff that you did? Because you've got so much stuff, man. I was reading your Facebook page and you've got so many things there. And for me, I'm not familiar with the hip hop DJing scene. And I really want to be. So yeah, give us a little bit of an insight about yourself and how you got into it.
Actually, it's a long story, bro.
Well,
a long story, bro.
we have 30 minutes interview, and we
I will tell a long time. Like, you know, we will finish around 5.
That's okay. That's all right. Like you said,
hip hop stuff, like, you know.
Like you said, I've nowhere to go. So, well, give us, I guess, a little bit of a breakdown. I guess what got you into DJing, maybe even.
Actually, my father was the musician. It's became from my father, I think, because he was a musician. You know, he's a drummer. As I know, you're a drummer as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and he was teaching me to play drums, you know, but I was just a kid. I said, like, it's too boring for me, and I think when I was teenager, I saw the first movie, and there was the break dance, like the part with the break dance, and the guys was breaking, like doing all this stuff and spinning on the head, the 1 mile and everything like that. And I was like, surprised, like I saw something incredible, and I start like digging what's going on, like what I didn't know what is hip hop, is breakdance. I just feel that rhythm, that music, and it's inspiring me, So, and after that, I think I met few guys, and they was already breaking, they was breakdancing.
And this was
said,
this was in Latvia, right?
Yeah, of course it was in Latvia. Yeah.
Great. And you found a community of people there that were into that. And what's it like over there, actually? What's the hip hop scene like over in Latvia?
To be honest, it's really good. I have few good friends over there. One guy now, he's teaching kids for breaking and organizing really nice gigs. Now he's in Sweden, living in city Göteborg. Is Ruslan, Rus. So big shout to him. B-boy Dangerous, and one more cool guy, Andrzej, my good friend as well. We was breaking together, and he's organizing really cool gigs over there as well. He's teaching kids, and last year they won first place. It's Battle of the Year. It's World Championship, breaking World Championship. And could you imagine, kids under 16, they won World Championship from my city. My city is really, really small. It's like, it's Daugavpils, and it's really, really small. So for our city, it's a huge,
Huge
you know
achievement.
what I mean?
Awesome. Yeah, that's amazing.
And kids, nowadays, like when I was teenager, we was dancing, and it was totally different level.
Yeah.
What kids doing now, it's absolutely amazing, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
They have more information, like I said, now, because you have internet, you have everything.
YouTube videos.
We was watching VHS, videos, like some battles, some movies, and just trying to repeat that, that moves and music, scratch and everything.
Yeah.
And actually, I start breaking, but after that, I was involved in that music. I would like to know how to do that music, because music for me was like, it was inside me. Dancing is quite okay, but probably it came from my father, that's why I said I have to do that music, And first it was vinyl, of course. There was no Serato. Now you have lots of stuff, lot of equipment. You can choose wherever you want. You can play CD DJs, you can play turntables, you can play controller. But now it's a lot of stuff. My days, it was just the turntables and vinyl, And it was really hard to find really good hip hop records in my city. Could you imagine? It was Soviet Union was collapsed at that time. It was end of the 90s, So it was really hard to find good equipment and good vinyl, and do some really cool music. That's why I swapped for electronic music.
Okay.
It was a bit easier to play, a bit easier to find. And that's why I was continuing playing electronic music. And actually, I was playing a lot of gigs. Maybe you heard about the Kazantip. It was huge festival. It's like Ibiza, but in Ukraine. It was in Ukraine. Like 1 month, like a full beach, like part of the beach. And lots of people, thousands of people. It was huge. In 1 month, non-stop.
1 month?
1 month, yeah. You're going there, you're buying some visa. It was like Republic. It was called Republic of Kazantip. Buying some kind of visa is like a ticket, you can enter there.
Oh my God.
You have a party 1 month. Last time I think it was something around 12 or even 14 dance floors over there. So different music, different styles, different DJs, artists from around the world. So it was huge over there.
And you performed for how many gigs would you play at that throughout a month? Is it one gig, or you play a couple of gigs, or?
What you mean, like?
Because you performed at it, right?
Yeah. Actually, I can say like almost every evening I was taking my records and just playing some pop over there. It's like there is a dance floors, there's the pubs. It's like, you know, small village. I don't know how to explain that.
That's amazing. Yeah. And you need to buy tickets and stuff for this, because I never heard of this until I read it on your page when I was researching you. So how does somebody go there? It's once a year, right? In the summer, I guess.
Yeah, it's in the summer. It's like end of July, beginning of October. August.
Sounds amazing, man. Imagine taking
yeah, but
a
now
month
it's
break.
finished, you know, because they have this situation in Ukraine, Russia, you know, and it's
the tensions, right?
To be, it's unfortunately.
That's
so
and
nothing we can do, you know, these political games and
it's a shame. Hopefully that'll all sort of change and something else will come out of that.
Hopefully,
something positive, you know. But that's fascinating. So, and a lot of international people would go to this festival, right? A lot of international
because they
fans
was
of this music.
There was not only performance by the Russian or Ukrainian DJs or artists. It was from all around the world. As you know, really famous DJs was performing there, like electronic music DJs and producers as well, and it was huge.
Amazing.
That time it was amazing.
Yeah, that's I'd say a lot of people watching this, or whoever's watching this and is a fan of like DJing and sort of and this kind of stuff, be like, how do you not know this festival? So there you go. That's my first time hearing of it, but it sounds fascinating. What would be like because you've done a lot of gigs, man. What's kind of like, or like a lot of performances? What would be sort of something that you remember, like that stands out for you as like, oh my god, that was fantastic?
To be honest, that is amazing. Just amazing festival was last year in October. My good friend, what I said about the guys from Factory Kings and B-Boy and Juicy, who was organizing amazing gig. It's called Skill Deal. He's inviting a lot of people from all around Europe, all around the world. So he's organizing really, really nice gigs. Lots of people, lots of B-boys, like, you know, the guys who's breaking. And there was me and another my good friend, DJ Vance. I was playing back to back from like we have two setups, like, you know, 4 turntables, 2 mixers. You know, I was scratching, he was playing breaks, then we swapped. So it was really, really, really positive energy. And, you know, it's cool. And a few gigs I was playing here. Actually, I sent you a video. Probably you will play it a bit later. So here, guys from Top 8. I know Toby. He's a really nice guy as well. Once per year, he's organizing here as well a really nice gig. It's called Top 8. But there is more, not only breakdance, like not only breaking. It's a lot of styles. For example, crump, popping, and you know, this urban street dance. So it's like urban hip hop dance. So there is lots of categories. So but it's really huge. It's really nice. Unfortunately, it's supposed to be 3rd and 4th of May, but you know, the situation everywhere.
Not anymore. Yeah. What's your, and it's such an unfortunate thing, because I know you were meant to go to Latvia, right? You were meant to go back home this summer to do the gigs, right? You were meant to play a lot of gigs, right? And it's such a shame. I had all my gigs
next year, probably.
We should probably just do like, I mean, it has to be, right? I can't even say, it's like I have to guarantee it in my brain that we're going to be playing gigs next year, because I think it'd be crazy.
I'm really upset that I can't join you guys with Beastie Boys tribute. I
that would have been so
really
much,
nice set, you know. I download lots of good samples for scratching, you know, for everything. Hopefully we will do it next time.
No, of course, man. That project has not finished. That project is not going anywhere. We're going to keep going. It's just been postponed, I guess, you know. That's the only thing I can say. But like, it's hard to tell even like when to postpone it to, right? Because like, you know, it's like, should I book another gig with the venue in September? Should I try October? But then what's the point? And then I reschedule again. People are going to lose confidence in buying tickets anyway. So it's a tricky one. So it's like, maybe I'll just wait till 2021. and
We
do
will see.
smaller gigs. Yeah, I'd be happy with doing like a smaller gig maybe, just so I don't have to book in advance, because in a smaller venue you can sort of, just throw a gig on a few weeks in advance maybe. I don't usually do that, but for Beastie Boys, I think it'd be great, man. Yeah, because it's so much potential. It's so much fun. Oh my god, you're gonna have such a laugh. It's good. It's just feel good fun, right? It's almost kind of silly fun,
Of
So
course.
no, it's good. It's great because I met you through it wasn't even an audition. It was just like you came in, you just knew what you were doing, and I was just like, "Yep, great, welcome to the team, man." It was so effortless. It was so easy to get along with as well. So I'm happy, so delighted that you came on today as well, and as well, like just talk a little bit about
always
the stuff
welcome.
you do. I don't get to meet people that do things that you do. Like it's beyond DJing, right? I mean, you're scratching, you're mixing, you're doing things that I don't even know, like these like words that I don't even like aren't even in my dictionary. I'm not going to pretend that I know, but it's awesome. Like it's really nice to have that mix. What's been like? How long are you living in? When did you move from Latvia to Ireland?
To be honest, I think in 2009, in the end of the 2009, so almost 10 years.
And what's the difference? Like, have you seen a big difference between the hip hop scene in Latvia versus Ireland, and how is it different?
Well, I can say it's like a big difference, but I think that's the difference is because of the money. So not even money. It's like it's like a bit dirty saying like money. It's about the sponsors,
Yeah.
So it's different. Like I can say in Sweden, it's totally different. So there is like more people involved. Like they just giving money, they don't care. Like,
in Ireland.
Yeah, it's not a problem at all. For example, in my country, if you want to organize party, you coming to the sponsors, you asking, okay, I need a party, I want to do the party. Like my friend was explaining me. So big shout to my man, B-Boy and Juicy from Factory Kings.
Big shout out to B-Boy Juicy from Factory Kings.
He's doing a lot of huge effort, believe me. He's doing huge effort. So, for example, he's coming to the city council and asking, we need money. And he's trying to explain, this is not a rave party, people not coming to drink some drinks, it's totally different. So it's for the kids. They need to grow up, like, they need to involve more people in this culture, so we have to do that just for the new generation. It's a hip hop. It's not, I don't know how to explain.
I get you.
It's totally different. But people in my country, people in any country, like adult people, if they think hip hop, they're watching TV, with commercial rappers with huge cars, half naked girls, dancing, drugs, and blah blah blah, and they start thinking, hip hop, this is something wrong, this is something worse, like this is bad, like it's not for kids. But they don't understand there is another hip hop, like another part of the hip hop. Gangster rap is the gangster rap. Okay, it's a part of the hip hop, but I would like to say it's a dark side of the hip hop,
Yeah.
And it's really hard to explain to the people that this is different hip hop, and we need some help. We need to involve these people and try to understand them. This is hip hop. This is true hip hop, like And for example, in Sweden, people they know this, They're not watching. I don't know. Maybe they watching this videos, but they understand because breaking, dancing, is true hip hop. It's true hip hop, and gangster rap is a gangster rap. So it's not this part of the hip hop. So if you're doing gigs for the kids, it's not going to be with half naked girls, and Porsche cars, drugs and everything like gangster rap,
Yeah. So people get the wrong impression because of mainstream media. But what you're saying is like hip hop and breakdancing and the b-boy kind of lifestyle. It's all community, right? It's all sort of it's a good support for young kids and stuff like that, especially to get them involved in something that so they're not bored, right? So if a kid wants a hobby or to be part of a good community, this is basically the function of it, right? So
Yeah.
that's awesome, man. You know, I have had a friend that was involved in like the b-boy community in Dublin, you
Cool.
know, and he was
Cool,
a great great dancer, and you could see that, you know. And I attended one of the halls where they just practice and do a little bit of dancing,
Yeah.
and there's music playing, and it's awesome, man. It's nothing like the gangster sort of impression that people get. It's just a lovely bunch of like great people, you know, from all walks of life. It doesn't matter, you know, what your background is or anything.
Yeah.
And it's just a supportive environment to express yourself through dance and music. It's brilliant. It's amazing.
Of course.
Yeah.
And one more thing, what I would like to say about the DJing, what I prefer, like, you know, like most of DJs, for example, techno DJs, I don't know, house DJs, you know, disco DJs, they're just mixing two songs. So you do just a beat matching, you know, if you know what I mean. Like one song is playing, but you just beat matching. You just finding the necessary speed, you know, to play these two songs, like, or two tracks together. But hip hop DJing is a little bit different. You just using the turntables like a musical instrument. So you're playing breaks. You're not playing all song. So how was hip hop created? To be honest, DJ Kool Herc, he was playing old school funk music, you know, for the break dancers, like that age, like it was in 80s, like in the beginning of 80s, and he started playing only just a part of the track, like with the drums, you know, this, it was called break, and he was start playing just two records, and when one break is finished, he start playing another one. So he did it infinity, and people was impressed, like this, everybody was waiting for that part, for the break, you know. But he was the man who create this, you know, to play this break infinity as long as people want it. So yeah, that's about the hip hop, you know.
That's kind of the difference. I mean, it's a lot more like, it's a lot of work, I guess, right? I mean, you're working at home, and what's like the process?
Yeah,
like
you have to
basic
practice.
process?
You have to practice. You can't just, for example, like just a beat mashing, you know, for the rest of the DJs. Just a beat mashing is pretty simple, you know. You have to practice, but if you learn it, you can't forget it, like, you know.
So beat
some time.
Beat mashing, right? It's beat matching, right? You're basically matching the beat from, just for anyone that doesn't understand, you're matching the beat from once. This is how DJs operate, I guess, to transition from one song to another, right? Or to layer into another song. So you match the tempo. People don't notice the tempo change, even if you hear the song different, you don't notice it. And that's kind of pretty standard DJing sort of stuff, which is, it's great. It's one technique, right, that you guys would use. But what you're doing is something a little bit more beyond.
It's like, actually now I'm doing, like, I create, I don't know, maybe my own style. So I was mixing as well. I know how to mix. I know how to beat matching, you know. And now I can play these breaks and I can mix them as well. So, but it's actually not only my style. Lots of hip hop DJs doing this. And I think the first guy was the Grandmaster Flash. He was create this style to just mix the breaks, like, you know. He was playing breaks as well, but he was mixing them, like beat matching them as well. So this style is, like, you know, most important for all hip hop DJs, I think. But I know guys who they didn't beat match, but they cut. It's really, really, really slicey. I don't know how to call it, but really, really nice way. But in this situation, you have to know tracks, like every sound in the track, like, you know. So it's a huge effort, man. You have to practice. Like, for example, scratching and beat juggling, it's absolutely different thing. Like, you juggling with the beats, like, you know, you create the remix online, like, you know, I don't know how to explain it.
Like live, you would live remix,
you're taking two similar records with similar beats and just trying to, you know, I don't know, better to show it. That's awesome. That's awesome. Just want to give a big shout out to people watching as well. I'm with Dmitrij Dee, and we're chatting about hip hop, we're chatting about scratching, we're chatting about DJing,
So Dee, you're also known as Crash Fader Dee. That's your stage
Oh,
name.
yeah.
People can find you on Facebook through that. So
Yeah.
thanks for tuning in. And Nolan, really enjoying these conversations. I'm delighted that you're enjoying this. Marcin Wujek, good to see you watching. Andy Casey, Alan Lopez, Alicia Davey, good to see you watching. We'll be playing Alicia's recent single as well after our meeting with Dmitrij. Thanks for tuning in. So there's a couple of people watching. Just want to say, yeah, of course, if there's any questions you might have for Dmitrij as well, I'm having a really interesting conversation here with him here. So yeah, if you have any questions or anything, do you have any like advice for like people that are DJing or starting out to do something like that, you know, like working with break beats and working with these kind of things, like starting out maybe with regard to equipment? Because I'm, you know, people probably want to jump to equipment straight away. Is there any kind of like advice with that? And if you're starting from zero, let's say.
Okay. I don't know. My advice is like, you know, now, like I said before, lots of equipment. When I was starting, there was only turntables, you know, turntables, mixer, and so, you know, just vinyl. But for me, the important thing is start from the vinyl, you know, start from scratch. It's the vinyl, because
no
the
pun
vinyl
intended.
is the main thing. If you can mix on vinyl, if you can scratch on vinyl, so after that you can choose any weapon, you know. What I mean? So you can play CD DJs, you can play controller. Like I know a few guys who's DJing, you know, a lot, and they play only, for example, CD DJs or controllers. If you give him turntables, they will say, "Oh, sorry, I can't mix that. I can play that on that." And this is kind of, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So you have to, like, for me, good DJ is a good musician. He can play, he can mix any music. For me, just, you know, some people can say, like, some DJs can say, I'm playing only techno, or for example, I'm playing only drum and bass. But for me, it's kind of wrong. You have to play lots of tunes, like, you know. You don't need to mix them, like, of course, you don't need to mix them together straight away, like one set, and it's full of pop music, commercial, house, I don't know, lots of hip hop.
So many genres, right? Yeah.
Yeah. You don't need, okay, just choose one genre, do the set. But for example, today you can play hip hop, tomorrow you can play techno. Why not? So you have to be
open-minded, right?
Open-minded, yeah, in music. I know sometimes, like, people, for example, who like hip hop, they never like techno, for example. You know, it's hard. You know,
it can be personal taste, but it's good to be open-minded to like expand, right? As a musician or as an artist.
Of course.
Yeah.
So for me, this turntablism is more like a musical instrument. When you're using turntables as a musical instrument.
So I love that comparison, man. That's great.
That's the key. You know, that's the key. So you have to use it like a musical instrument. If you want to play proper hip hop, doesn't matter what. If you're watching, you know, there is a DMC championship, like, you know, DJ battles. It's world championship for DJing. And of course they're using hip hop techniques. But nowadays it's not a hip hop music at all. They mix everything. House music, bass music, I don't know what else. Trap music, dubstep, lots of genres, you know. So this is not about the genre of some music. This is about the skills. So you have to improve your skills to be a good DJ.
Awesome.
That's it.
Love it. That's great. I love how you're comparing it to, you know, it's not as easy or simple as people think it is. It's not just copying and pasting pieces of music. There's a lot of thought. There's a lot of work, and also how you handle the equipment is you handle it like a musical instrument, as you're saying, which I'm so happy you cleared that up, man. That's absolutely awesome. So Dmitrij, without further ado, I would love to play a video. You have like a 2-minute video, and is this you live scratching, is it? Can you give us a little bit of a narrative?
Yeah, live scratching just on the gig, you know. It's just a freestyle, you know. Guys dancing, they have a battle, and just freestyling, you know, just freestyling.
Awesome. I'm gonna load this up. I'm gonna run out for a quick second and just use the bathroom. I'm drinking so much water. It's crazy. I'm already how many hours? 3 hours and 50 minutes. It's great. I'm loving it. It feels like, dude, it doesn't feel like a work shift or anything. You know, it feels, I'm just enjoying the moment. It's
I know
beautiful.
what you mean, yeah, man.
It's so nice. Do you want to set up do you want to set up the decks and do a live performance for us as well today?
Yeah, we can do it. I'm not really sure about the sound, how it goes, because
Mm-hmm.
I have some technical issues with my another laptop, you know, and it's really hard to connect everything now at the
Mm-hmm.
moment. So just let it be a little experiment, you know.
Yeah. Let's
Next
do
time
it.
I will do some really nice set for you with
Mhm.
good sound, with good tracks, with good routines, with scratches, with everything.
Mhm.
Now I'll do some freestyle stuff, like, you know, just to people to get to understand what is about the turntablism, what is about the scratch, what is about the playing breaks and all this stuff, like, you know.
Awesome. That's great. Now, thanks so much for doing this. And yeah, let's do it for a bit of fun. And yeah, I'd love to keep having you back, man, and just doing, like, you know, performances whenever you're available and things like that. I mean, I think that's the more diversity I have, like, within music realm, because I'm so used to just listening to, you know, or having live musicians. It's always nice to have you know, DJs and people in different genres.
Yeah.
This is like a new world for me, so I'm actually really fascinated by this. I'll let you can set up now. I'm gonna play your video anyway for the people at home to
Of
have a
course.
watch, and then yeah, take your time and set up, and I'm just gonna run to the top. I'll be back literally in
Cool, man.
hopefully within a minute.
Yeah.
All right, that's awesome, man. That's a great live video. I don't know if you can hear me now. So Dmitrij has his setup at home, and he's going to do us a special live performance. So I'm really looking forward to this. I'm just going to try and give you the full screen here. So yeah, guys, throw in a couple of comments there. If you're enjoying the chats. Take it away, man.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Let's go.
All right, you're scratching it right now. Cut the record back and forth against the needle, back and forth, making it scratch. But let me tell you something, don't try it at home with your dad's stereo, only under hip-hop supervision.
DJ Crash Fader D.
Ain't my day. One, two, three.
Together with the ill behavior, can you feel it? Nothing can save it. It's the A4LI, D4 Gallagher, O4 out of here, all for the renegade master. Before I convey, take a bit out the film, so the road super safe, sexual, exceptional, intellectual. That my flow is like dope. I got a mad side of frustration. Just another product of the anger in the nation. So I get paid for my dad sensation, and I got bombs for my generation. East to the coast, from New York to LA. Power to the people that struggle every day. The East Coast never thought of where I stay. When I had no need, I used to cool around my way. All of my peace, it's a really big day. I pull a lot of stuff, just like you ain't know when I was young. But now I got the contact that's good, so that I can hit you when I can do. Ain't it strange how things change when you take you from the ground and put you in the fast lane? But I never do what's done that before, so I do just fine. Going through my territory. One for the trouble, through the hard time. One for the trouble, through the hard time. One for the trouble, through the hard time. People get ready, time for the shot of time. One for the trouble, through the hard time. One for the trouble, through the hard time. One for the trouble, through the hard time. People get ready, time for the shot of time.
Yeah.
Awesome.
What's up?
Awesome. That's great, man.
That was a little performance, you know.
That's
So next
fantastic.
time, let's do something really, really, really good, something really, really, really cool. I hope you enjoyed.
Yeah.
I'm going back to my chair, you know.
That was great. No, I really enjoyed that. And I love the little bit of, because you bought a pack recently, right? So it was like the Beastie Boys sort of pack, right? So,
yeah, there was a small part. Yeah, small part. Just use a few samples, you know.
I like that. Yeah, Darius, one of my good friends, he's does a lot of photographs for a lot of my gigs, and he comes out to a lot of gigs, and he knows about this project, so he was just commenting in there. He knew already. He could tell the Beastie Boys was already within the jams. So yeah, no, absolutely awesome, man. So that's absolutely great, dude. Let me just get see what the story is here. What's your plan then? Are you going to be doing live gigs, or are you going to be doing live streams on your page as well? Is there anything I can tell?
Hopefully. I'm thinking about to buy some audio interface or sound card, you know, to reinstall the Windows on my other laptop, you know, so I can use some program, you know, to make a live streaming, to connect straight sound like from the mixer, because now sound I think was not really, really good, you know.
Get it plugged in, and it'll be absolutely perfect. It'd be awesome to do that, man. It'd be worth the investment. I had to invest a little bit into making this kind of a little bit more professional. But that's great, man. We got a lovely insight into your musical world. And yeah, for anybody watching and viewing, I'm speaking with Dmitrij Dee, also known as Crash Fader Dee. And yeah, we're just having a little bit of a conversation about his musical world, and we just got a little bit of a taste of that world, which is absolutely awesome, man. Listen, tell me. So listen, thanks so much. I want to ask you, what are your plans? What's the first thing you're gonna do when this whole quarantine is over? What do you want to do first?
I have no idea, man.
So many things. What's the one thing, like, do you want to?
Yeah, first I want to go to my country, you know, because my friends is waiting for me. Probably they're waiting for new gigs, for the breaking events. I know a few guys here, they're waiting for the gigs as well. They want to do this breaking events. They want to do this hip hop events. So we will see. But at the moment, we have only live streaming. You know, we have to connect with each other. You know, to help each other, to promote each other on Facebook. Unfortunately, I don't have Instagram. I don't know why, but I'm not using that. I have only Facebook, you know, but maybe I will make for myself, like, you know, the profile on Instagram, you know, for more promotion, for more music, so more streaming over there. I don't know. I never used it before, to be honest.
It's great. It's great. It can tap into like the people, let's say, that are kind of moving into it more. Some people prefer Instagram now over Facebook. It's become kind of the new Facebook almost, that'll probably change as well, because TikTok is coming in now as well, man. TikTok's even another one, which would be great for you, but it's a lot to keep up with all these social networks, right? There's so many of them. Handy enough we could have them on the phone, I guess. It's not too bad, but you have to make a video. Like an Instagram video is different than a Facebook video. A TikTok video is different. The parameters are totally different, and even the content can be slightly altered specific to each one. So it's almost like you need to, you know, do a little bit of study to get on that. But it'd be great, because I tried to tag you on Instagram today. It's not a huge thing, but
no.
It's always handy to have. And there was there was a Dmitrij Dee.
Maybe for a while.
Yeah. I was like, should I tag this guy? I don't know if it's a different Dmitrij. So I didn't go for it. I was like, not worth the risk, because I couldn't see with the small picture, you know. And I was like, oh, will I press it? You'll know when you get Instagram. But no, absolutely. Thank you so much, man, for coming on the show. I'd love to have you back again. So that's great, man. Listen, so thanks so much. I'll chat to you really soon, brother. Yeah, have a great great week.
Same to you, man. Same to you.
Was nice. Week, and we'll be in touch soon.
Was nice. Thanks for invite. You know, for promotion, for everything.
No worries, man. Actually,
keep in touch. Definitely,
we'll keep in touch. 100%. And send me some of the links, and I can post them in the description on the YouTube. When I upload this to YouTube and the other, I'll post all your details and stuff that people can find you and get in touch with you. Awesome, brother. Go on. I'll chat to you soon.
All right. See you, man.
See you, man. Bye. Peace. All right, amazing. That was Dmitrij Dee, my final guest today. What an awesome guy. Just absolutely delighted we could connect through this platform. So thanks so much, guys, for staying tuned in with us. I have been streaming since 1 p.m. today, and I have been having an absolute blast. I hope you guys have as well. By the way, you can find Dmitrij Dee under Crash Fader Dee, Dee. And yeah, he's actually got an amazing repertoire, or resume of venues that he has performed in and projects that he's done. So absolutely fascinating gentleman to be chatting with and to close off the show. So I'm going to leave you with one song. Thanks. So I know we disconnected halfway through our show, so I do thank everybody for reconnecting back with us. And I'm back on Saturday. Yes, of course, I have to put in that extra little bit of promotion. I'm back on Saturday at 2 p.m. and I will be joined with Shobsy O'Brien from State Lights. So it's awesome. We'll get to chat with him. He's the lead singer of State Lights, who played one of their tunes today. And we've also got Dario Rodiguero with Julio. Both of them are going to join us. And Dario, some of you might already know Dario as a fantastic, accomplished musician. So we're going to delight in a little bit of live music from those two. Julio as well is a really well-renowned artist as well. So I'll get to actually chat to him for the very first time through Dario. So I'm really looking forward to having a chat with them. And we'll also be hosting Ailsha Davey. There we go. I said it right. Who I only met recently online. So, and I'm going to play one of her tracks that she recently released as well in a couple of seconds, and she's going to perform for us live as well on Saturday. So that's, I think, the set list, the performance, what do you call it? The lineup for this weekend's show. I think I might add another artist in as well. To keep it 4, so to keep it a little bit interesting. I'm going to try and shorten the interviews as well for Saturdays and just keep the performances a little bit longer. And of course, any of you musicians out there that do want to come on the show, whether it's for a chat or a live performance, or you want to just send me your video or any kind of art, honestly, absolutely anything. You don't have to be a musician even. If you do anything like that, I'd happily promote it. Or your business, I'd happily promote your business and do little commercials in between as well. Just to help each other out, I guess. That's kind of the idea behind this, is to sort of build this network of good vibes, good people, help each other out and all that kind of stuff, which I value very much. So 4 hours streaming today, absolutely brilliant. My ear is a little bit red, I think. I had a lot of fun. I really enjoyed chatting today. So thanks so much to 7 of you for staying tuned in with me. I'm going to leave you with Quarantine by Ailsha Davey. Let's load this one up.
Time I went out, nor do I remember my last pint of stout. I know it was a Guinness, but I don't remember where. Maybe in the local, 'cause they have good pints there. I don't remember the last friend I saw. I was far too consumed by stupid worrying thoughts about things that don't matter. I just thought they did, and now I see I was a gobshite, so full of fucking shit. Oh, I drank all my cans of Galahad, and I've sung too many songs about the life that I used to have. It's been taken for too long. Oh, quarantine, oh, quarantine. Made me lose my mind, but it's fine, 'cause we're trying to save lives. I don't remember the last time that I danced. I guess that's because I just don't really dance. I'd say I'd break my leg trying to twerk for a boy to impress him and allure him, but alas, with no joy. Oh, I drank all my cans of Galahad, and I've sung too many songs about the life that I used to have. It's been taken for too long. Oh, quarantine, oh, quarantine. You've made me lose my mind, but it's fine, 'cause we're trying to save lives. Spooning my pillow is the love life I've got, and eating the whole kitchen is my working out plot. Pajamas and granny pants have come back to life. I can't wait to get out of quarantine and have that first pint. Oh, and we'll drink so many pints of not Galahad, I hope, and we'll sing so many songs about the lives that we've gotten back, that were taken
Ailsa Davey with Quarantine, only released a couple of days ago. Was it last week? Absolutely awesome video and song. Well done on that. I thought it was very good. So yeah, that concludes our show, guys. Thanks for tuning in, all 90s. Anybody that just caught it last minute, don't worry. I'm going to upload the whole show, the whole 4 hours and 20 minutes, 420, happy days, right on the number. I'm going to upload that onto YouTube so you can check it all out. And Ailsa Davey, can't wait for Saturday. Totally right, I cannot wait for Saturday. Thanks so much for staying tuned in. So that there's Ailsa Davey in the chat there. Yeah, can't wait for Saturday. Honestly, it couldn't come any sooner. I've got nothing else to do in between but a little bit of preparation for this little event. So yeah, I'm really absolutely enjoying these shows. It's just so nice just to get in touch with people. maybe the song is correct, you know. I think the quarantine is definitely making us lose a little bit of our minds. My mind possibly was a little bit lost already prior, so this definitely isn't helping. But no, the show is absolutely is definitely keeping things grounded for me. So thank you so much for staying tuned in. Thank you for all the guests, as always, for just being part of this. And of course, anybody, if you know anybody that wants to be a part of this show, please do give them a shout. I'd love to have a chat, nice and casual. We can keep it as casual as you want, and there's no pressure or anything like that. So yeah, that's I guess all I can say to you guys. Yeah, that's the end of the show. So see you all later. I kind of want to leave you on a song or something. I feel like, you know, maybe I should leave you on a song. And I'm thinking, like, am I gonna get duped by the YouTube or Facebook police for playing a song again? Let me see if I can throw something up here to close you off with. And, you know, I'd love to do, maybe we could do like an Irish request situation or something like that, you know, where you can request songs. Also, before I forget, and I don't know how many of you are going to be staying tuned now for the next couple of seconds, but we're also doing a review section on the show. So we're doing like an album or song of the week. So that's the new segment. I should have mentioned that at the start of the show while you were more attentive. We're going to be reviewing tunes basically once a week on Saturdays. And that will be under the assistance of Paul Archbold, who is a music aficionado. He loves a lot of tunes. So what better guy to review them than him? So yeah, we're gonna do that on Saturday. So send in your tracks. Yeah, if you don't want to do the interview, or even if you do want to do the interview, and you can do both, you can do all of the stuff. You know, just take the whole deMars bundle, and we can do everything. So let me see, what would I like to listen to? Do you know what? I'm going to listen to a bit of Jailbirds. I'm really digging this band. It's Axel. It's Axel's band. Axel, I forgot your last name, man. I can't believe this. I've just been streaming for too long, man. So I apologize. Axel McDonald. There we go. And I've had the pleasure of performing with in a couple of bands with him. And yeah, this is The Great Escape by Jailbirds. See you later, guys. See you on Saturday. Take it easy. Thanks for tuning in. Bye bye.